Check, 1, 2, 1, check, check. No, I don't need to see that. What? Oh, yeah. So first we can get the picture and they come up here, but yeah, yes. We got everything else. Your session is yours. So,
I was just waiting to get the pictures.
so you can sit right here and you get the picture, and when they're done. Good morning. We're going to begin in a few minutes, and I'm just going to ask for those that are sitting on the end, if you could move towards the middle. We're going to have people that come in late, so if you could just move towards the middle, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. All right, good morning. We're going to begin in 2 minutes. If you could take your seats, please. We're going to begin in about 2 minutes. Thank you.
person who will go where their colors go without asking, who will fight a phantom foe in the jungle and mountain range without counting.
And who will suffer and die in the midst of incredible hardship without complaint, is still what they have always been, from imperial Rome to sceptered Britain to democratic America. They are the stuff of which legions are made.
Their pride is their colors and their regiment, their training hard and thorough,
And coldly realistic, to fit them for what they must face, and their obedience is to their orders.
As a legionnaire, they held the gates of civilization from the classical world.
Special Operations Forces play a crucial role in modern military operations, making them of paramount importance. These highly trained and skilled units are designed to operate in unconventional warfare scenarios where adaptability and agility are critical.
Special Operations Forces possess a unique set of capabilities that allow them to conduct missions with extraordinary precision, such as counterterrorism, hostage rescue, intelligence gathering, and unconventional warfare.
Their expertise in small unit tactics, specialized equipment, and cross-cultural awareness makes them invaluable assets in combating asymmetric and hybrid threats to overcome and win.
By operating in high-risk environments and executing missions that require extreme precision and discretion, Special Operations Forces serve as a force multiplier and a potent deterrent against both state and non-state actors.
Their contributions often remain unseen and unrecognized in the public domain, but their impact on national security and global stability cannot be overstated.
So mottos. Mottos are short sentences or phrases that are chosen to encapsulate the beliefs or ideals of individuals, organizations, or institutions. He who dares wins. Sayeret Matkal, Israel. Make the impossible possible. South Korea Special Warfare Command. He who dares is able to. Who knows no fear will move forward. Serbian Special Forces. Honor, unity, modesty. Switzerland Commandos. We hunt in packs in the Arctic. The Norwegian Arctic Ranger Company. Ready for action, anytime, worldwide. The German Special Operations Division. To free the oppressed. United States Special Forces. Intelligence Strength, the 29th Special Operations Wing, U.S. Air Force. Navy SEALs. The only easy day was yesterday. And without equal, U.S. Delta Force. These mottos belong to groups around the world who have accomplished legendary tasks. They've gone through incredible training, have endured immense personal and professional hardship. Although they are often the focus of movies and mass media, the true nature of this profession is often misunderstood. This is why we're here. We're here to advance our understanding of global SOF. My name is Dr. Travis Morris, and I have the honor and privilege of being the Executive Director for the Military Writer Symposium and the Director for the Peace and War Center. And I'd like to welcome all of you here to the 2023 Military Writer Symposium. We are incredibly honored by our distinguished guests that are here. And a big thank you in advance for sharing your expertise and knowledge with us that will help advance our understanding of global SOF. The Military Writer Symposium is the only event of its kind in the United States. It exists to advance our understanding of significant security challenges in the 21st century. Our nation's future leaders, these are the students that are in the room, at the other service academies, at the other senior military colleges. These students, our future leaders, will see a battlefield that is fought on multiple fronts, both in peacetime and in war. Many of these fronts involve global SOF that some of you may join, some of you may work with them, some of you may hear of their accomplishments, although most of their accomplishments will remain known only to a select few and often hidden for years. The Military Writer Symposium charge is to select themes that are relevant to our current military and the current situation involving security and conflict. We've been doing this for 29 years, and we have addressed some of the globe's most significant challenges and threats. So over the next 2 days, we are very fortunate to have an excellent program for you and would like to encourage you to attend as many sessions as you can, whether your class requires them or not. We'd love to see you attend as many sessions as possible. So one objective for our symposium is this. After you've attended the sessions, engage with our guests, you will advance your understanding of global SOF, what that means from the past, what it means from the present, and what that means for the future. And in order to do that, that's a team effort. And what that means is that we have invited some incredible individuals to help us do that over the next couple of days. The Military Writers Symposium would not be possible without the support of the university leadership and the Pritzker Military Museum and Library. And so a heartfelt thanks goes out to President Anamorumo. Thank you, sir, for your continued support. The Provost and Dean of the Faculty, Dr. Gaines. The Associate Provost for Research and Chief Research Officer, Dr. Tara Kulkarni. The Military Writer Associates, and Norwich University's Development for their continued support. On Wednesday morning, June 6th, 1962, on the anniversary of the 1944 Allied invasion of Normandy, D-Day, President John F. Kennedy landed aboard a Sikorsky helicopter into the plane at West Point. After exiting the helicopter, he faced the cadets and he delivered a speech where he stated that the world was constantly changing, that some of the challenges facing the nation had historic precedents, while others were entirely unique, and that, as part of the larger profession of arms, the graduates must be prepared, adaptable, and constantly learning in order to meet them. Does that sound familiar? It should. It sounds like today. Does that sound relevant for us? And the answer is yes, it is. An excerpt from his speech, quote, "This is another type of warfare, new in its intensity, ancient in its origins. War by guerrillas, subversives, insurgents, assassins, war by ambush instead of by combat, by infiltration instead of aggression, seeking victory by eroding and exhausting the enemy instead of engaging him. If freedom is to be saved, a whole new kind of strategy, a wholly different kind of force, and therefore a new and wholly different kind of military training," end quote. Also, that sounds very much like today. Preparing leaders for the future has been Norwich's business for over 200 years. It's what we do, and it's what we will always do. This year's theme, Train and Fight to Win, it's an exploration of global SOF. It emphasizes that the goal is not just to train, it's not just to be prepared, and it's not just to be resilient. The goal is to win. And the next 2 days will unpack the ingredients that make that happen. This morning, we are very fortunate to have 2 keynote speakers. They will deliver their remarks, and we should have time for some question and answers from you, the audience, at the end. So if you have questions, and we know that you always do, please be prepared, and you'll just line up on the left and right like we do, and we'll see how many questions that we can get through at the end. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce Lieutenant General Mike Nagata. And for every one of our guests here, we could probably spend the entire symposium just reading every detail about their bios because they're very extensive. And I'm very proud to say that. So for each guest over the course of the next 2 days, there'll be a condensed bio. So, sir, this is a condensed bio for you. Lieutenant General Mike Nagata, U.S. Army retired, currently works at the as a corporate strategic advisor and senior vice president of Consolidated Analyst Center Incorporated. This is an international provider of expertise and technology that serves the enterprise and mission of defense, intelligence, and federal and civilian governmental customers. There's a lot behind that statement, if you read between the lines. General Nagata has served as an infantry platoon leader with the 2nd Infantry Division in South Korea. After graduating from the Q course, he commanded an Operation Detachment Alpha for the 1st Special Forces Group. General Nagata was selected for the intelligence support activity for an ultra-secret unit conducting signal and human intelligence gathering for special missions of Joint Special Operations Command. He spent 15 years in the unit, serving as a troop commander until 1994. and operations officer from 97 to 99. He later served as a squadron commander and unit commander as a colonel from 2005 to 2008. He's also served as the director for the U.S. National Counterterrorism Center Directorate of Strategic and Operational Planning, and previously he has served as the commander of Special Operations Command Central, where he helped to oversee the campaign against the Islamic State in the Middle East. As a general officer, he's also served as deputy chief of the Office of Defense Representatives to Pakistan and as the deputy director for Special Operations and Counterterrorism on the Joint Staff. So, Norwich community, let's give him a big round of applause. Sir, the podium is yours.
Well, good morning, everybody. Before I start, I should and must say thank you both to the university and its leadership, as well as the organizers and architects of today's event. I'm honored to be here. I currently live in Washington, D.C. I was telling some of my colleagues this morning, that was not the plan when I retired. I hate the traffic, and I hate other aspects of Washington, D.C., so my wife and I were planning to escape 4 years ago when I retired. But I have a couple of daughters that live in Northern Virginia, and the month of my retirement ceremony, one of them announced she was pregnant. And for some mysterious reason, my wife suddenly lost all interest in leaving Washington, D.C. So I am trapped there forever. So it's nice to escape the traffic, if nothing else. You've already heard about my background, so I'm not going to repeat any of that. But for those of you that are not aware, retired flag officers are required by federal law to tell a war story. So that's an obligation I must honor today, but I'm not going to make the mistake of telling a combat war story, because some of you may be aware of this old saying, which it's actually a truism. Nothing ruins a war story like an eyewitness. And unfortunately, there are a couple of eyewitnesses in this audience, so I can't go down that road. But I thought of one story that I should share with you, because many of you will be soon entering the active duty service, or even if you are in the reserve, you might have an experience like this. So I thought I would share this with you. This was a very much younger version of me. You already heard that I was a Special Forces team leader in the First Special Forces Group that is headquartered in Fort Lewis, Washington. I was still a first lieutenant. And like all lieutenants everywhere, I had gotten myself into trouble. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this was so long ago, I actually don't remember what infraction I had committed, but I remember being hauled into my company commander's office. And he was reading me the Riot Act, calling me every four-letter word in the book because of some stupid thing I'd done. And I remember standing there at attention thinking, well, Nagata, it's been a brief, meteoric career, and it's all over. You're going to have to hang it up. I wonder what you're going to do next. But after a while, I'm still standing there at attention being yelled at, but I could tell my company commander was gradually running out of steam, or at least running out of expletives. And I started to think, am I going to survive this? And my company commander finally slumped back in his chair. I'm still standing there at attention. And he asked me a question I wasn't prepared for. He said, Nagata, do you have your watch on? Which I thought was a very odd question. So I looked down at my wrist to make sure I had my watch on, and I said, yes, sir, I have my watch on. Why? And he looked up at the ceiling and he said, well, that's good. Not too many Army officers know what time their career ended. But that's when I realized, oh, he's making a joke. I'm going to survive this. So the reason I tell you this story is all of you are going to have some version of this. I guarantee you. You'll survive it. Just don't do it again. So, a minor career tip for all of you. Okay, so one of the terms that you often hear that I have been asked to talk about, and I want to talk about, is this term quiet professional. which is a slogan, a description that was formally adopted, I could say, by U.S. Special Operations Command when it was first formed back in the 1980s. For those of you that are aware of the history of the creation of the U.S. Special Operations community that we have now, it is a child of an act of Congress called the Nunn-Cohen Amendment to the Goldwater-Nichols Act back in the 1980s, formally establishing a Special Operations Forces requirement for the Department of Defense, a four-star command called USSOCOM that is in Tampa, Florida, and an Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Low-Intensity Conflicts that still exists today in the Pentagon. One of the initial challenges my community had to face is, how do we describe ourselves? And one of the phrases we seized upon was this term, quiet professional. So I thought I would spend a couple of moments talking about why that phrase was chosen. One of the reasons was because there is a need for small elements doing very dangerous things, often behind enemy lines, to be quiet, because you're easy to destroy. So keeping your signature small, keeping your transmission level low, and just avoiding the spotlight is a survival requirement in many cases. But that's not the only reason. There are frankly some cultural and political reasons we chose that phrase. And the reason I'm going to take you through this very briefly is it has an effect on the remainder of my remarks to talk about what I think the role of Special Operations Forces is going to be in the future. Another reason we adopted that phrase is because we were dealing at the time, and we still to a degree deal today, with a certain amount of rivalry or animosity or jealousy from the rest of the U.S. government, even inside the U.S. military. This is a controversial topic, but people made the mistake of inviting me here, so I'm going to raise a controversial topic. We wanted to avoid the use of the word special. So instead we adopted quiet. Why did we want to avoid the use of the term special? Because it creates unintended negative consequences. A simple version is, what the hell makes you so damn special? I'm special too. Which is a ridiculous conversation to get into, but unfortunately that kind of conversation still happens today. So even though I was an Army Special Forces officer, I tried to avoid the use of the term special every time I could avoid it, because I knew that there would be somebody in the room who would want to pick a rhetorical fight over the use of the word special. Another reason we use that word, quiet professional, is because there had been, before the creation of USSOCOM, and there still is today, a hint of a perception that we're just a bunch of cowboys, freelancing it all over the world, getting into trouble, getting our country into trouble, getting up to no good, out of control. Now, do we screw up from time to time? Of course we do. We're human beings. But we needed to somehow convey that we're not a bunch of cowboys. We're actually a professional military organization. We follow rules and regulations. We're disciplined. We just do unusual things. The reason I take you through that is because as U.S. Special Operations seek to conduct the activities that are now required in an era of what many people are styling great power competition. Pick your phrase, gray zone, irregular warfare, it really doesn't matter what you call it, but it is an array of challenges for the United States that may not be completely unprecedented, but in some cases on a scale or laced with technologies that are totally new. As we adopted phrases like quiet professionals, we always had to be mindful, and I would argue we still have to be mindful today. The existence of special operations forces in any military, it's not unique to the United States military, in any military, because I've had this kind of conversation with U.S. Special Operations veterans in dozens of other countries. It's always a bit of an unnatural act in any military to have a special operations component. Why? Because most people do not understand what I'm going to now take you through. And then I'll stop because I want to make sure we preserve time for Q&A. If someone were to ask me whether we're talking about Army Green Berets, Navy SEALs, Marine Raiders, the list is pretty long, as I'm sure all of you know, the various types of special operations forces that exist today in the Department of Defense. What do you do? Well, it was already alluded to in the introductory remarks. If all you do is consume TV shows and movies, the only thing we do is close quarter battle to capture or kill a bad guy. And we certainly do a lot of that. I would argue we're the best in the world at it. But it's certainly not the only thing to do. It's actually not even the majority of what we do. It's just the sexiest thing, I guess, for somebody who wants to create a TV show or a movie. So what do we do? Well, we do a lot of different things, but there is one particular term that I believe is the best and most accurate and most useful description of the nature, the purpose, and the mission of Special Operations Forces. They were created, we were created, we still exert ourselves to be, or strive to be, the world's best problem solvers for problems that nobody else can solve. We have no business trying to solve problems other people can solve. But there are some problems, there are some challenges, there are some threats that the United States and some of our allies and partners around the world occasionally face that they don't have a solution. They can't find a way to solve it. They may have already tried and it didn't work. So now they're looking for alternative. And very frequently, actually I would argue with increasing frequency ever since we created, people then turn to Special Operations Forces, and at the risk of oversimplifying it, okay, everything we've tried hasn't worked, how about you guys give it a shot? That dominated my entire career. The United States had a problem, they tried to solve it, they couldn't solve it, and then some part of the special operations community gets asked by somebody in the White House, by somebody in the Pentagon, by some ambassador somewhere, okay, nothing we've tried has worked. Maybe you can solve this problem. Now, what does it mean to be a problem solver? What does it mean to be a problem solver? It means many things, and I won't try to go into it all here because it would take too long. But if someone were to ask me, what is the single most important attribute of a special operations professional? It is that we are problem solvers, not because we're geniuses who immediately find the answer that nobody else could find. It's because we will try everything and anything. We will tolerate failure, disappointment, but we will not quit. We will not relent. We will be a dog on that bone until we find a way to solve that problem. I would argue the entire selection, assessment, and training programs of the entire U.S. Special Operations community fundamentally is intended to identify those people. If you give them a horrendous problem, a horrendous challenge, with very little assistance to find a way to solve that problem, instead of recoiling from that problem, instead of saying, I don't understand that problem, I can't do that problem, I don't understand that problem, the only answer you get if you've selected the right person is, give me that problem. I want that problem. Don't give that problem to anybody else. I don't know how to solve that problem, but I will improvise, I will adapt, I will overcome until I find a way to solve that problem. All human beings have those attributes to some degree, But in our community, this may sound like I'm being too prideful or I'm being too arrogant, but I spent 34 years in this community. I still believe it is true today. We deliberately search for, select, and then employ people who are relentless problem solvers. And it does not matter to us, or at least it should not matter to us, whether or not solving the problem requires an act of violence. When we're at our best, we don't care. If I need a gun to solve this problem, fine. If I need an aircraft carrier to solve this problem, fine. But I don't care. If I can solve this problem simply by building a stronger personal relationship with a set of people who will then go solve the problem for me, I'll do that too. To some degree, what I've just told you is a little countercultural for most military organizations. Because in most military organizations, there's a much larger emphasis on, I'll use a simple phrase, this is the way we do it. In the special operations community, we actually bridle against the way this is the way we do it, or at least when we're doing it properly, we bridle against the way this is the way we always do it. Instead, when we're at our best, we just accept the problem and then decide, I think this might be the answer, I'm going to try it, but when it doesn't work, I will improvise, I will adapt, and I will overcome. So, getting back, and I'll use this as my closing, getting back to what has already been mentioned. You turn on a movie, turn on a TV show about special operations forces, what do you typically see the special operator portrayed as? The masked up, kitted up operator about to break down a door or assault an objective. The most prominent thing you see is probably his carbine or his primary weapon. That's what the camera focuses on. In many cases, you can't even see the face of the operator. And so, unintentionally, the focus becomes the stuff the operator carries and uses instead of the way the operator thinks. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll use this as my get off the stage remark, what distinguishes U.S. Special Operations Forces today, and frankly always has, which is the ability to improvise, adapt, and overcome and solve the problem no matter what it takes, no matter where it is, no matter how dangerous it is, no matter how alone you might be, is tailor-made for the challenges the United States now faces, which is fundamentally, and I hope we get into this in the Q&A, in my personal opinion, what the United States and many of our allies around the world are engaged in, but principally the United States is today engaged in, is fundamentally a conflict, indeed a war, over America's influence around the world. That is the prize. What our adversaries are trying to do is degrade America's influence around the world. And in too many places, they are succeeding. In a war over influence, ask yourself this question: is the most useful instrument in convincing someone to allow you to influence their choices, is the most useful tool for that something that explodes? Or is the most useful tool for that building a stronger relationship with that person than anybody else can? I think the answer is obvious. Okay, there is so much more I could talk about, but I was given a limited amount of time and I can go on endlessly. So I'm going to stop there. I'd be happy to take any questions that anyone might have.
Save questions to the end, sir.
Okay.
Sir, thank you very much for your incredible remarks and the breadth of experience that you reflected. So thank you, sir. So it is now my pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker, Colonel David Maxwell, United States Army, retired. Colonel Maxwell is the editor-in-chief of the Small Wars Journal, and so for students in the room, feel free to use that for your research and cite it appropriately. He is the vice president of the Center for Asia-Pacific Strategy and is a senior fellow at the Global Peace Foundation. He's a 30-year veteran of the United States Army. He retired as a Special Forces colonel. He has worked in Asia for more than 30 years, primarily in Korea, Japan, and the Philippines. Colonel Maxwell served on the United Nations Command, the Combined Forces Command, the United States Forces Korea CJ3 staff. He later served as the Director of Plans, Policy, and Strategy, and then the Chief of Staff for the Special Operations Command, Korea. He commanded the Joint Special Operations Task Force Philippines for the United States Army Special Operations Command and culminated his service as a member of the military faculty at the National War College. Following retirement, he served as the Associate Director for the Security Studies Program at Georgetown University School and Foreign Service, and he is also currently a fellow for numerous prestigious organizations and institutions. So let's give Colonel Maxwell a round of applause. Welcome, sir.
Well, I have a pro tip for everyone. Don't ever have to follow General Nagata. I have about 12 pages of notes, and I'm just going to toss those out and try to build on a couple of the themes that surprisingly we didn't coordinate, but I have a lot of the same views and perspectives as General Nagata. You know, special operations wouldn't exist without Congress, and General Nagata alluded to the Cohen Amendment of Goldwater-Nichols. And, you know, he's right that, you know, people look at special as you know, really kind of a sign of arrogance, and they look at us, you know, why are we so special, as he said. When I was the branch chief for Special Forces, I would get accused of, by other branches, saying that we were trying to siphon off the best and the brightest from the infantry and from all the branches. I myself volunteered for Special Forces training 3 times and was rejected. Infantry branch said it wasn't in the best interest of my career. And it wasn't until 1987 that it became a branch that they couldn't deny me from volunteering. But what I used to say to those who said we were taking the best and the brightest from them is that we're not. We're trying to find the right person. That's what selection, the Special Forces selection and assessment is all about. Finding the right person who has the aptitude and the desire to do this kind of work. And I tell, when I would go out to Robin Sage, which is the culmination exercise for Special Forces training out in Pineland, you know, I would tell the soldiers that were training out there, I said, you know, you may have joined the military, joined Special Forces to go to Afghanistan and Iraq, kick down doors, you know, capture, kill high-value targets. But really, what assessment and selection did was to find the people who wanted to live and work in foreign cultures and work with indigenous forces and populations. And that's really the heart of Special Forces, combined with the problem solving that General Nagata talked about. And I cannot overemphasize the importance of problem solving. It is a mindset that we cherish, we nourish, develop, and value. And it is really, you know, and I've got war stories. There's no mandate for a colonel to tell war stories, but I've got a couple that I could tell you that problem solving by the most junior people in our force, not by generals and colonels, but by our non-commissioned officers who are out there at the tip of the spear, you know, living the dream, working with indigenous forces. I really want to talk about, I just want to couple points. Irregular warfare is now the term of art. We talk about operations in the gray zone of strategic competition of our revisionist powers, Russia and China, the rogue powers of Iran and North Korea, and the continuing persistence of violent extremism or terrorism. And again, some people thought that terrorism was going away. And my old boss at Georgetown, Bruce Hoffman, just wrote an article this morning in War on the Rocks. People were telling him, your business is passé. And we just saw the biggest terrorist activity this weekend happen in Israel. And it's, of course, ongoing. So we have all these terms, but the term of art now is really irregular warfare. I like to talk about what special forces, special operations forces have to do in the future in terms of two trinities. And the trinities are irregular warfare, unconventional warfare, and support to political warfare. And political warfare is not partisan politics that we see here domestically. Political warfare is what George Kennan described in 1948, and the use of all elements of national power to achieve your objectives short of traditional armed conflict. And using overt, covert means, psychological operations, and alliances and economic coercion. It is really statecraft, and it applies in today's world of strategic competition. So irregular warfare is really the overarching term of art. Unconventional warfare is really it is what special forces were organized, trained, equipped, educated, and optimized to conduct. And we have in the audience today an original member of special forces, who came from Europe, and it was about resisting tyranny, and that exists to this day. And Travis or Dr. Morris, I'm a great fond of quotes as you are, and of course you use de oppresso liber, to free the oppressed. But a little more nuance to that, it is to help the oppressed free themselves, and that's really how we don't do it for them. We help them do it themselves, and you're seeing that play out in Ukraine right now. The incredible work done by the 10th Special Forces Group, the Special Operations Command Europe, and others. From really 2014 on, to really develop the resistance among the population. That's the Special Forces mission at its very core. And that's a problem that needs to be solved. Resisting the oppression, resisting the tyranny, resisting the occupation of Russian forces. And the same thing might happen in Taiwan as well. So the first trinity, irregular warfare, unconventional warfare, and political warfare, and support to political warfare. The second trinity is the comparative advantage of special operations forces, and that is influence, governance, and support to indigenous forces and populations. And together, those two trinities really embody what special operations are all about. But there continues to be, to this day, like General Nagata said, people that don't want to accept what special forces and special operations forces must do, and what we can do, and what we need to do to support our national security. And this conflict is really, I think, born out of misunderstanding and, dare I say, ignorance. And it goes back to quiet professional. Which is a great description for us. We really, it really does embody us, but it also has caused us problems. Now, of course, people do write about special operations and write some books that I sometimes call chest thumping, and I Love Me or There I Was. What we don't get a lot of are books that really explain what we do. And we have some authors here who have written those books that really explain what we do and that are a testament to what Special Forces has done and can do. And I think, but we don't have enough. We don't have enough people writing about that. And I commend everyone here as students to write, to think, to read, to write, and repeat. Think, read, write, and repeat. That's what you do here in school, and you've got to take that with you to the future. And those of you who serve in any capacity, special forces, special operations forces, or in the military in general, you need to write about your experiences in a professional way and to help inform and educate fellow service members, but also the general public. Because as General Nagata said, most of what we do tends to be, the stories tend to be told by Hollywood. And those are, some feel-good movies. And although I think every military person watches a military movie is the biggest critic and finds everything wrong with them, but those are feel-good movies. And I think that, that we really need to write to inform and to educate. Last couple points I just want to make about influence. Influence is really key. And we are so risk-averse when we talk about psychological operations. I mean, we changed in 2010, we changed the term psychological operations to military information support operations at the behest of the Chief of Staff of the Army in a drug deal with the commander of U.S. SOCOM in return for a general officer billet for the psychological operations forces because the general did not like the term psychological operations. And so we created this new term, military information support operations. And how do you explain that? Well, those are the guys who were formerly known as psychological operations. I call them the Prince Brigade, And so we changed the name purely for cosmetic reasons. And it goes to our risk averseness of influence and information. And it is something that we lose on the battlefield every day because our adversaries are not afraid to use information. I was out at Leavenworth and with some psychological operations officers who were lamenting to me about the risk averseness of influence operations. And they said that it is easier to get permission to put a Hellfire missile on the forehead of a terrorist than it is to get permission to put an idea between his ears. Think about that. We have people that spend more time overseeing and scrutinizing our influence operations than we do firing a Hellfire missile at a terrorist. And we really have to reverse that. And we have to reverse it so that we can lead with influence. And that is the mindset. You're all students of Clausewitz. War is a continuation of politics or policy by other means. Our adversaries think that politics is war by other means. As Mao said, that politics is war without bloodshed, and war is politics with bloodshed. And we don't really grasp that, and we really need to. And let me close with a couple comments. I just close with quotes. So the SAS motto is "Who dares wins," as Dr. Morris said. The late General Downing modified that, and he said, "Who thinks wins." And I think that's really apt. The former commander of U.S. SOCOM, General Schoomaker, used to say, "Train for certainty, but educate for uncertainty." That's what all of you are doing right now. You're being educated and contributing to your own education for an uncertain future. And the last is T.E. Lawrence said, "Irregular warfare is far more intellectual than a bayonet charge." Now, no disrespect to infantrymen conducting that bayonet charge. I was an infantryman. But irregular warfare is much more intellectual. And as I used to try to tell my soldiers, I know you can outfight anybody, but we have to outthink them. And I think that's the importance of this conference, this seminar, these seminars. We've got to outthink our adversaries. And we have the intellectual capacity to do that. You have the intellectual capacity. And I would urge you to write about that, share your ideas, and your future expertise. Someday you'll be standing up here. So I'll close there. Look forward to Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, so students, you can go ahead and line up. The mics are on the left and the right, and Colonel Maxwell. Thank you, sir.
No math questions, please.
Heavy on the physics,
oral exams here.
neuroscience. So while we're waiting for students to come forward, I'll begin for a couple of questions for the both of you gentlemen. So over the years, over the course of your career, how have you seen Special Operation Forces evolve? And that could be any capacity. It could be thought leadership. It could be the ability to solve problems. It could be recruitment. It could be the types of tactics and equipment used. But over the years, how have you seen Special Operations evolve? And your mic should be ready to go.
Go ahead.
One big change that, and both General Gunn and I experienced this, we served during the Cold War and prior to 9/11. And you may not know this, but at the time, Special Forces and Special Operations Forces were not so well funded, at least at the tactical level. And we developed very independent, self-sufficient capabilities, and to be able to conduct training at very low cost. If you wanted to get training approved, you had to be able to plan it with, for really, we used to talk about $100 off-post training events. You had to be able to only spend $100 in gas and food and go train somewhere. So that was kind of the myth. So prior to 9/11, we could do things pretty cheaply. Now 9/11 happened, and we got resources like you wouldn't believe. And I will tell you that Special Forces teams after 9/11 were doing things that I could only dream of, and I never dreamed of when I was a team leader or company commander. And they incredible combat operations, and being able to employ close air support, all types of fires, and really close with and destroy the enemy on a scale that we couldn't imagine. But that also stymied some of our independence and creativity, because we got a tremendous amount of support. And we almost became very conventionalized in the fact that we had to centralize our pre-mission training, and we really used a lot of techniques from the conventional military. And we developed, again, the incredible combat capabilities, but we lost a lot of our independent self-sufficiency. Now that's coming back. Now, that applied to Afghanistan and Iraq. Fortunately, the 7th group going to Latin America, 1st group to Asia, 10th group going to Europe, 3rd group going to Africa. We did maintain those skills. But the paradigm really was Iraq and Afghanistan. And that really caused a big change in our culture. And that's why I mentioned in my remarks, I had to remind incoming Special Forces soldiers that you weren't selected for door kicking and capturing, killing high-value targets. You were selected to work with, and because you had an innate ability and desire to work with indigenous forces and cultures.
Thank you. Sir.
I think that the evolution of Special Operations Forces, at least in my own career, can imperfectly be binned into 3 areas. One, Dave's already talked about, which is after one of the things the Nunn-Cohen Amendment that we've already described created was a specific funding line for U.S. Special Operations Forces. It's called MFP $11. That is appropriated by the Congress. It goes straight to U.S. Special Operations Command and all of its components. And frankly, nobody can touch it. And that was a deliberate choice by the Congress to ensure that there was a reliable funding and resource stream for Special Operations Forces. And it was, the effect that had on the ability of the community that Dave and I hail from to essentially almost reinvent itself, because we had now a reliable, repeatable, well-established funding stream that we could count on. So that had, I mean, it would take me too long to talk about all the benefits that my community has derived from that, but it's incredibly important. The second one is that we evolved, we were forced to evolve our ability to understand how our actions are perceived by policymakers, both in Washington, D.C., as well as other countries around the world. Because as our effectiveness grew, our visibility grew, and more people at the policymaker level became interested in what we do. And there is nothing more dangerous for a special forces element than to have to deal with a policymaker, no matter how well-intended they may be. And many of them are. Many of them are, they're fans, almost groupies of special operations forces. There's nothing they want more than to have their picture taken on the battlefield with a special forces team or a Navy SEAL platoon. But if you don't understand the perspective of that policymaker, could be an assistant to the president, it could be a congressman, it could be a senator, it could be damn near anybody. If you mishandle your conversation with that policymaker, they could go back to Washington, D.C. and do you substantial unintended harm because they fundamentally don't understand your mission. They fundamentally don't understand the risks you run. They fundamentally don't understand, or in some cases almost don't care, about the secrecy you need to protect yourselves. So we had to develop a degree of skill in dealing with policymakers that we never had to worry about before when I was a young lieutenant, because we just weren't that famous and we weren't that busy. Now, if you want, particularly if you're in the officer corps, in the special operations community, if you do not deliberately develop your skill at dealing with policy-level individuals, you're failing your force. That becomes more important than your battlefield competence, because the soldiers and sergeants and sailors and Marine raiders, they'll take care of the fighting. You've got to protect them from unwanted interference. And if you don't understand the policy level, you won't do it. And finally, integration. This was not always true. Before 9/11, we were a pretty siloed force. The Green Berets over here, the Rangers over there, the Navy SEALs over there, the PJs over here, we trained independently, we operated independently, we were mostly suspicious of each other, we were competing with each other, we wanted nothing to do with each other. The pressures of combat forced us to realize, particularly after 9/11, we'd actually be better if we played like a team. And so today, the amount of integration that you can see across all of the special operations community has not only created enormous improvements in our ability to accomplish our missions, it's also become normal. It's not weird anymore to see in a single planning bay representatives of all the special operations components planning, operating, deploying, and fighting together. It was a totally unnatural act more than 20 years ago. But that integration has made us exponentially more capable than we once were. It's like the old adage. If you have a team where all the individual players dislike each other, are rivals with each other, and compete with each other, you got a lousy team. If you have this team where everybody sees everybody else as a friend, wants to cooperate with them, wants to collaborate with them, wants to take risks for their buddies on their left and right, you have an amazing team. And that's probably, in my book, the single most important evolution we've gone through.
Just let me add quick to that, and I totally agree with that, but SOF is not fungible. You know, really the art of campaigning is using the right forces for the right missions. And in the 2010 Quadrennial Defense Review, the bean counters counted up and said there were 660 SOF teams. And they were counting Green Beret ODAs, SEAL platoons, tactical PSYOP teams, civil affairs teams, MARSOC detachments and PJs, and they were counting them all as one. And I say that, I mention that because that is a lack of understanding of SOF. And it comes back to all of us here and why we're here. This is the importance of writing about what we do. I taught a course at Georgetown for graduate students on unconventional warfare and special operations for policymakers and strategists. And even though we are frustrated with policymakers, civilian control of the military is paramount. And so we've got to educate them, so that they're not mere groupies and they're not just want to go hang out with soft guys. They've got to understand, because they're the ones that are going to make the decisions, the policy decisions. And so writing about what we do is really critical, and sharing your experiences, your knowledge to inform and educate them is just so important, and I just can't emphasize it enough.
Thank you very much. I'd like to poll the audience real quick. How many of you are interested in any capacity for special operations in the future? Raise your hand. Okay, and you know what that means? You're also candidates for questions. So make sure you line up and ask your questions. This is a unique opportunity for you. So we certainly appreciate that we have some students already here, but if you just raised your hand, this is a unique opportunity for you. So first task is for you to ask a question. We'll start with you, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. My big question for you is, considering the dramatic expansion of SOF in comparison to the rest of the military force, and also the reduction in size due to recruiting problems, what problems can you see with special operations maybe taking the most resilient and motivated soldiers that are signing up without other sections of the military trying to compete for that talent?
Good.
Great question, thank you. It's ironic you asked this question, because I had a chance contact with the current SOCOM commander, General Fenton, at a fundraising event the other day. And one of the things he talked about was the fact that it's close, but the special operations community is basically meeting its recruiting goals. There's a couple of shortfalls here, but it's very different than what the other services are going through, where we've got enormous shortfalls in some of the other services. So I suppose one could make the argument that there's a downside to SOCOM and Special Operations Forces meeting their numbers, because that means there's less for the other services. I've actually heard people make that argument, that somehow it's unfair, or you're not sharing enough, or something like that. I think it's balderdash. Take it out of the military. If you're running a company, you're running a sports team, you're running any kind of organization, but you need to hire more people. If you fail to hire more people, the finger of blame ought to be pointed at yourself, not blame somebody else. Well, he took all the good people. Well, what's the matter with you? If you really want to identify the problem, take a look in the mirror. I'm being a little crass about this, but this is what I feel. Secondly, and this is an uncomfortable question for a lot of people in D.C., but I'm a retiree now, so I can just shoot my mouth off on anything I want to these days. There's a fundamental question when it comes to the recruiting challenges. Are we accurately identifying the reasons that young people may be turning away from a career in the military? And here again, I have seen way too often the blame being pointed in the wrong direction. Like, well, there's something wrong with those young people. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. That's like blaming a customer at a car dealer for not being smart enough to buy your car. It may make you feel good temporarily, but you are never going to solve your problem that way. So let me, before I blather on here, let me make one final point about this. if you buy the argument I made during my prepared remarks, that we are fundamentally today, America is now fundamentally in a global contest over its own influence. And, you know, at the end of World War II, we were hands down the most influential nation on earth. Much of the rest of the world had been destroyed. We, in ways we're not compelled to, we decided to help rebuild much of a shattered world. And for decades, we were the most generous nation on earth, and as a result, we were the most influential nation on earth. Think of in your personal life, whatever neighborhood you may have grown up in, if there was one particularly generous family in the neighborhood, they had the most influence in that neighborhood. For the last decade or so, we've been walking away from being the most generous nation on earth, and as a result, our influence has rotted underneath our feet. And now we're paying the consequences of that loss of influence. So, if you buy all that, what kind of force is necessary for restoring influence? I already alluded to this in my prepared remarks, but I'll repeat it very briefly here. Number one, you need an unrelenting problem solver. And number two, you need people that understand how to build, nourish, and employ personal relationships. That's how you restore your influence.
Great, thank you. Let's pivot to the next question. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, gentlemen. I wanted to ask you, since you're both sort of veterans of the Cold War, and you've talked a lot about how America is engaged in a new struggle for influence around the globe. You know, to your mind, what do you think are like the biggest differences between the Cold War that dominated the last century and this new global contest, and why aren't we calling it Cold War II?
Oh, thanks. Great question, you know, because I don't want to answer it. It's hard. No, it's, you know, Cold War II, I think people are, you know, I think people look at the Cold War as an anachronism. You know, it's past. I frankly agree. I think I agree with what you're saying. We should look at the Cold War for lessons for today. And I think that the big difference between then and now is I think we had a lot more confidence back then. And I think we are lacking self-esteem, you know, as a nation today. And it's what General Nagata said, we've kind of backed off from being generous. And we seem more worried about people liking us, you know, and wanting people to like us without doing the hard work that develops that respect and engenders that kind of return. So I think that, but I think really at the very fundamental, what won the Cold War for us were our values. And we should be proud of our values. You know, I mean, just as military people here, we support and defend the Constitution of the United States. You know, and that means, you know, I may disagree with whatever you said, but we are all willing to fight to the death for your right to say it. You know, that is really the essence of our values, and we should stand up for that and never be ashamed of those values. I think that during the Cold War, we did a lot more in the way of influence, but in much more subtle ways. And I think that we've got to get back to that. But I also recognize that the challenges of China and Russia today in particular make things a lot different than the bipolar Cold War. And the economic integration really makes, you know, I mean, it makes it a very complex world. And so we've got to develop national security strategy and national defense strategies that can really operate in this world. We've come up with a lot of buzzwords, you know, strategic competition, gray zone, irregular warfare, but really we've got to think, and we've got to plan, we've got to develop strategy and policy that really support our national interests, but have to be based on our values. And that's what I think we need to stand up for.
Thank you. Next question.
Morning, gentlemen. So you guys both brought up the civilian sector and the important role that it plays in the Special Forces community. Common question that gets brought up in some of my intelligence type classes is the concept of oversight. And, you know, there's interpretation that oversight sometimes leads to less results in comparison to less oversight with more results. Can you guys speak on that topic?
Oversight is a word that gets interpreted many, many different ways. One way of interpreting oversight is it's some sort of a watchdog function, because without that watchdog, whoever they're overseeing will do the wrong thing. They will make an immoral choice, an unethical choice, an illegal choice, or just a bad choice. That's why we need oversight. Another usage of the term, which is more positive, is to ensure that whoever is being overseen has the resources, the support, and the advocacy they need. So one is a very negative connotation, one is a very positive connotation. Unfortunately, a lot of the policymaker level people that I used to deal with before I retired tended to use the word oversight in its negative connotation far more often than in the positive connotation. Now, personal opinion here, and then I'll stop because I want to give David a chance to talk about this because he deals with on this topic a great deal these days. The problem for special operations forces in the realm of oversight has typically been either a suspicion that if left to our own devices, we'll deliberately decide to do the wrong thing or because we're a bunch of cowboys, or as a way of reining us in because we shouldn't have been created in the first place. There are some people, there are many people actually, they're just not the majority, who use oversight in its more positive connotation, very sadly. I wish that were not true, but I believe it is true.
Well, General Nagata has much more experience with oversight, especially on the intel soft side, which is really, that's where we really get into some really complex issues there. And the overlap between intelligence and special operations, it's very complex and beyond my comprehension sometimes. But one of the things that I think is really important, and General Nagata really laid out the two types of oversight, which I think are right. The way that we could help ourselves, though, is by better campaign planning. And what I mean by that is that we need to develop campaign plans that set objectives and that help the people who provide oversight be able to see what it is we're doing. And it supports what General Nagata said, because if we're not able to meet the objectives, is it a resource issue? Is it a training issue? Is it something that might be fixed, might be helped by oversight? That's the positive aspect of oversight. And of course, it also, campaigns can hold us accountable as well, by not executing the campaign properly. And I make this point because we tend to focus on oversight of programs, 1208 and 127, all these different programs that are in legislation. And that's what we really tend to focus on. And it's the use of money and different types of authorities. That's what we focus on. No one really focuses on execution of the campaign plan. And I had my experience in the Philippines, we developed a campaign plan, and we said we needed authorities, and it went all the way to the executive branch, and they approved the campaign plan. And when they approved the campaign plan, they gave us the authorities. One of them was to train civilian police, which the military doesn't generally do that. That's not, we're not often allowed to do that. But that was a requirement that was in the campaign. And because it was in the campaign plan, it got approved. And we used that campaign plan really for more than a decade. And it really helped us to be able to, it helped with oversight, and it helped with getting the resources that we need. So oversight is critically important. It is complex. Civilian control of the military is an absolute, and so we have to work within that. But there's got to be a give and take and a mutual respect. But we got to help policymakers understand what we do. So I come back to our requirement to help inform and educate policymakers about what it is we do.
So we have about 6 minutes left, and we have 5 questions. So we'd like for
Lightning round.
each student to at least say your question, and then we're going to leave it to you. How about 3 minutes each to respond to a mixture of the questions or a single question? We'll leave it to your choice. So
Fire away.
fire away.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Zamina Bernhardt. I'm a senior here at Norwich University. And something that has been mentioned throughout this entirety is the importance and also diversity of problem solving at the center of Special Operation Forces, as well as the cultural influence that you hold over foreign countries. So my question is, how does the influence of these indigenous cultures influence American tactics and American strategies, and how do you bring these perspectives back with you to improve domestic type of issues?
Excellent. Next question.
I wanted to raise a question. So, sir, you talked about how someone had made a comment to you about with the end of the war on terror, the age of special operations being over. And in light of this weekend, as you mentioned, we know that that's not true. But as we move forward in the future and terror hopefully becomes a thing of the past, how do you think special operations will evolve its mission and tactics from there?
All right, another great question. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for your insights. My name is Joshua Smith. I'm an international studies major. I'm very curious to know your insights and also experiences into working with other militaries and how our influence kind of melds, clashes with other specialized forces and how you all collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, gentlemen. I am Dennis Kuntz. I'm a political science major. My question to y'all was, how has U.S. Special Forces been able to adapt and evolve itself with near-peer power threats such as China and Russia developing their own special forces?
All right, each of these, of course, is a 50-minute response, but we'll go with the last question and close it out with that.
Hello, my name is Isabel Medill. I'm a civilian in doing computer science and information systems. My question is two-part in a sense. First, what do you mean by when you need to do psychological operations? And second, if you were given more reign to use your minds, as you mentioned, in psychological operations, would you be able to do your job and have less of an impact on the civilian sector when you go in to do an operation? I guess I mean like fewer civilian casualties.
So, students, thank you very much. So, your choice, about 2 minutes apiece. You can choose whichever topic you like.
All right, foreign influence. One of the things that I always emphasize is we need to understand the indigenous way of war and not force the U.S. way of war on an indigenous force. We tend to, and I think you can see the problems that happened in some countries where we try to make indigenous forces look like us, when in fact they don't have the history, the culture, the capabilities to be able to do that. So we have to understand the indigenous way of war and adapt to that rather than force our way upon them. So that's how I look at dealing with foreign forces. I also think, and it didn't bring this up, but how we need to adapt, and we are starting to adapt, and that is women in special operations. We need this. You know, we didn't talk about this, but part of irregular warfare and unconventional warfare is resistance of tyranny. Well, in any country where there is resistance, there are women that are conducting that resistance, and see that in Ukraine today. You know, and so we need women in special operations to be able to work with women to set an example. You know, and so I think that's something that is really overlooked. We have a hard time with bringing women into special operations forces. Now, there are many that operate and support special operations forces, but you know, we only have a handful of Green Berets who are women. We don't have any SEALs that I know of, and we have some Rangers. Some incredible women have gone through Ranger School and assigned to the Ranger Regiment. We have women in aviation, special operations aviation, but Green Berets in particular really require women. And that's a controversial subject, but I'm a supporter of women in special operations forces. You know, we don't compete with China and Russia in SOF. You know, I should say, I guess in Jordan they do. They have an annual SOF competition, and China's been doing great things. But, you know, competition is one thing. operations in the field are another. And China has really been developing a great force that looks good in competition. Are they really effective? I don't know. The PSYOP question that you answered, we need to be able to conduct effective PSYOP. That is about influencing the target audience, influencing decisions that target audiences may make. And target audiences may be leadership, may be civilian population, may be the military of an opposing force. And so in some cases, we want to create dilemmas for them to make it hard to make decisions. In other cases, we want to give them options, and to get to your point, that they know the right options that will result in their safety and their avoiding combat or changing their own governance and system to better their lives. So psychological operations is a really broad topic, complex, but it's something that we really need to be able to conduct effectively, and we're just not doing it as effectively as we should. I'll stop.
Okay, I'm going to go in reverse order, and I wish I could go on at length, but I know I have to be brief here, so pardon the abruptness of my answers here. On the psychological operations question, I often wish we had not ever adopted the term psychological operations, because for too many people it creates the impression we're trying to reprogram people's brains somehow, turn a neurotic person into a psychotic person or something like that. It's not what we're trying to do, or at least not when we're performing properly. That's not what we're trying to do. What we are trying to do is help people make better choices that are not just advantageous for our military purposes, but we also believe are better for them in the long run. May have some short-term downsides, but in the long run, they'll be better off if they made different choices. That's, in my view, that's at the heart of an effective psychological operation. Get people to make different choices, but not by deceiving them and not by trying to coerce them, by trying to persuade them. This is a better choice for you. It's not just a better choice for me. And a very good example of this is how often, and there are some people in the room that I'm sure have had this experience just like I have, of convincing a local indigenous force. It might be a special operations force, it might just be a militia force. You will be better off if you accept more tactical risk for you and your forces in order to safeguard the population around the target. In the end of the day, you'll be better off. That's a better choice. On how our adversaries have changed related to SOF, in my view, they fundamentally have not. They cannot. Because for most of our adversaries, their special operations forces are, at the risk of oversimplifying this, they're simply an additional tool for imposing their form of tyranny on their own population or some population that they're preying on. That is fundamentally inconsistent with what U.S. Special Operations Forces do. The people that do model us are all our partner and allied forces. I mean, there are some people in the room, you've seen this just like I have. As soon as we adopted a new helmet or a new style of uniform or a new carbine, they rushed out to buy it too, because they were trying to mimic us because they admired us and they wanted to be like us. So the modeling doesn't happen on the adversary's side. The modeling happens on the allied side. How do we influence foreign partners? By being generous. When we get it right, sometimes we don't. Sometimes even SOF doesn't get it right, by being generous. How will SOF evolve once CT is over? CT will never be over. Hopefully, this horrendous situation in Gaza will put to bed this ridiculous notion that someday the war on terror is going to be over. Terrorism emerges from populations that hate their own governments. Is that ever going to go away? Populations that hate their own governments? No, that's never going to go away. Ergo, counterterrorism will never go away. The challenge for SOF is not how to pivot away from CT and do something else. The challenge for SOF is going to be we have to remain exquisite at dealing with terrorists, and we have to do a whole bunch of other things as well, because we have this great power competition thing that we got to deal with. And then finally, how do indigenous populations, how do indigenous forces influence us? All the time, in 1,000 different ways, when we're willing to listen. Even in SOF, sometimes, not a lot, but sometimes I've seen a SOF element refuse to hear what the indigenous population is saying. And what has always been the result of that? That team starts failing. Because if you come across as if you're not listening to a bunch of people you need to accomplish your mission, they're going to stop helping you. And it always goes badly.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. Well done. Okay, that concludes the first session. We hope to see you the rest of the day. Thank you very much. Well done. Well done. Well done.
That was fun. We set you guys up. No, you guys got. I'm going to be here for the next one anyway. Oh, okay. Then I have questions.
Test, 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 test. Good morning everyone. Test, 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 test. Good morning. Test.
Yeah, Jim, why don't you come on up? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start in about a couple minutes, so please take your seats, please.
You gotta sit right next to me. Boss.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Cadet Dennis Kuntz. I'm a political science major here at Norwich University. Welcome to the first panel of the 29th Annual Military Writers Symposium. Today we'll be blending reality and fiction as we delve into the narratives that explore the world of special forces and special operations for this panel.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Teresa Mwema. I am a nursing student and a psychology minor, and I'm originally from Kenya. I'm here as an international student, and I'm so excited to be part of this panel.
So if you take attention to my left, right here, we have two very, very special guest speakers for this panel. The first one I'd introduce is Don Bentley, a best-selling author of the Matt Drake series, of which I own one of his books. I own two of the books from these authors. He was an Apache helicopter pilot whenever he served in the Army, where he would be deployed around the world, and specifically one point he was deployed as a troop commander during Operation Enduring Freedom. After the military, Don would work as an FBI special agent, and then he would also work as part of Dallas's SWAT team. Next is James Stetzel. He is a historian and a fiction author. James, prior to being an author and historian, spent 23 years in U.S. Special Forces, having been deployed to places such as Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. He then spent another 13 years in the CIA. He has published 4 books with military and espionage themes, all of which have been well received in their communities?
We would like to take this, the next 5 minutes to give it to our guest speakers so that they can give their opening statements.
Well, I appreciate you all showing back up to see us. You got to see the real speakers, and now it's the people who just make things up for a living. So we'll try and be entertaining. Like I said, my name is Don Bentley. I get to write my Matt Drake series as well as the Tom Clancy books, and next year I'll be taking over the Vince Flynn books. And so when they asked me originally to come here, I said, I think you might have the wrong guy, because Brad Taylor actually is a soft guy. I'm just someone who writes about it. And they said, no, we really do want you to be here. So I appreciate you having me, and look forward to talking a little bit about what I do.
I would just like to say thank you to Norwich for the invitation. I think we're going to bring this down from the strategic level that you just heard to a little bit more of a tactical level. Those guys were the upper grades, and we're down a little bit lower. So in any event, as Don mentioned and Dennis mentioned, I started out in the military, became a historian afterwards, began to write history. But the history and my experience informed the fiction that I wrote. And I think that's the topic of this discussion today. So I look forward to hearing from you and answering your questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, today, like this panel, we are going to explore inside the world of U.S. Special Forces, crafting, comparing fictional narratives. So I'm going to start by asking the first questions, and my questions are going to be based on the U.S. Special Forces. And so the first question is, how has the landscape of unconventional warfare and special operations evolved over the years, and what challenges have emerged? So the question, it's for you both.
For me? Okay. We were actually having this conversation a little bit in the car on the way here. And so, like I said, full disclosure, I'm not from a soft background, but I got to interact with SOF a little bit as a Army Apache pilot. Be happy to talk about that more later over a beer, because flying stories are always best told over a beer. But basically, the mission of Army Aviation, Special Attack Aviation, had to transition significantly after the War on Terror to do more close combat attacks, more over-the-shoulder stuff, and SOF was a natural partner for that. As far as the way that SOF writ large has changed, and most of my research comes from once I left the FBI, I worked for a series of companies that was primarily staffed with SOF veterans, and our customers were all folks in the special operations community, is that SOF very much has gone since the War on Terror to a more of a direct action mission, where elements before, such as the Green Berets, that didn't have that, or maybe I guess doctrinally still don't have that as their primary mission, found themselves everybody doing the kick in the door and shoot bad guys in the face mission. And so it's been maybe something that's a necessity, and certainly something that's reflected in fiction and big screens and TV. But I think you're starting to see the pendulum swing back the other way right now, where folks on that side are going back to more doctrinal missions, as we're realizing that we now have to confront near peer threats or kind of great power struggles.
I would like to take that a little step further. I'm a Cold War veteran. I served after 9/11, but I was with the CIA at that time. Special operations, special forces, SEALs really came from poverty. I'm going to put it that way. Prior to 9/11, we were met by two real obstacles: the lack of resources because the Pentagon did not give us money, and because of suspicion by the regular army. Soldiers do not fight irregular warfare. Guerrillas, you're just like terrorists. Well, that's part of the problem, is if you're going to fight an unconventional war, you have to know how the unconventional soldiers on the other side work. After 9/11, that changed quite a bit. But as Don said, most special operations forces became what I like to call hyper infantry. Super well-trained, able to move on a dime and do whatever the government wanted, but they've lost touch with the unconventional side in a large degree. You alluded to the good things that 10th Group is doing in Europe. That's very true, but I had a call from a guy who was a 5th Group guy who spent a lot of time in the desert, and they're going, the war in Iran or Iraq and Afghanistan is finished. Now what do we do? What's our mission? And this is, I think, what the theme of this is along with the writing, but how do we get back to the focus of irregular warfare, unconventional warfare, asymmetrical warfare, whatever you want to call it. And that's going to be a challenge for the government and the military from here on out.
So, both of you are, in my honest opinion, really good writers. One thing that I hope to engage in a discussion with both of you is how have your personal experiences influenced the stories that y'all have written? I know with Mr. Bentley, he has a very intricate law enforcement background working with the FBI, and in Hostile Intent, the book right here, that tends to be a very big theme is some levels of law enforcement. And with Mr. Stetzel being, being in Special Forces, writing a book, The Snake Eater Chronicles, A Question in Time, the first book of that series. How have your personal influences built upon your stories?
I'll go first because I'm closer. I brought this up as a training aid, primarily so I wouldn't forget its title, but this is probably my first nonfiction history book that I wrote about the American Special Forces. And it talks about a classified unit that was in Berlin during the Cold War. And it was a Special Forces unit that existed there from about 1956 onward. This history and the things that I experienced both in Berlin and afterwards during my career with the agency are very much prominent in my novels. That's where I get a lot of my experience or my themes, and that's what I try to bring in. It gives it, I think, a semblance of realism and how an American soldier and even foreign soldiers will act under pressure. So, like I said, this is where my information comes from. So.
Yeah, so I think what makes great fiction great are the characters, are the people in the pages that you can relate to. And when my book, my protagonist is a guy named Matt Drake. He's a case officer for the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is a fancy way of saying he's a spy. When I was an FBI agent, I was a human guy, and so I ran what was called sources in the intelligence community. They're called assets, and so we had very similar jobs, and I thought it would be interesting to write him, but I wasn't. He's also a former Army Ranger, and so if you read my books and you are a Navy SEAL or aspire to be, I apologize ahead of time. All of my friends are Army Rangers and Green Berets, so there's a lot of SEAL jokes in there. But as I tried to understand how he would think and what his mindset was. It was interesting. When the book came out, I had an interviewer say, "Are you Matt Drake? Are you your protagonist?" And I said, "I am absolutely not Matt Drake, but I've stood in the same room with men who could be." And that's absolutely true. One of my closest friends is a guy who spent the majority of his Army career as a assaulter in Delta Force. His first assignment coming out of Delta Force coming out of the operators training course was Mogadishu, was what we would call Black Hawk Down. And he told me a story about that horrific day. And he said, when the Black Hawks had been shot down and crashed and we were recovering the Americans in those helicopters, we knew that they were dead. And he said, we were under fire by the Somalis. We knew that they were dead already. And we still stayed on every one of those helicopters, cutting away pieces of the helicopter in order to recover every piece of our fallen comrade. And to somebody like me, who's not from the special operations community, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, why would you risk the living for people that you know are already dead? But for folks from that community, they live by a creed. And part of that creed is embodied in a phrase in the Ranger Creed, which says, "I will never leave a fallen comrade to fall into the hands of the enemy." And so, again, to somebody who isn't from that community, you say, yeah, I can get behind that. That sounds good. But for somebody who actually is a SOF member, what that means is that even though you know your fallen comrades are passed away, you are willing to risk your life to make sure you bring them back home. And so when I heard that story, I thought, that's a window into a community that very few people have access to. And I'm lucky enough to know men who could be characters in my books, and in some cases women, and I'm going to write about them. And so that's how I came to write the kind of books that I do.
I'd just like to add, Don brings up a very important point about fiction writing, and it's all about the characters, not necessarily the story. The story's got to be good, but the characters have to be good too. And one of the biggest things I have seen are books that emphasize one person in that book. And I think some people can pull that off. I don't like to, because what I have seen throughout my entire career, 35 years working with the U.S. government, is it's not one person. It's a team effort. And I try to introduce that team aspect into things, because you can't get anywhere by yourself. There are probably two Rambos in the real world, and one of them is fiction. So you have to realize that this is nothing more than a team effort. Yeah, there might be some outstanding people there, but it's very much about a team and teamwork together.
Thank you so much. So the next question also applies to both of you, and it's, how do you see the role of special forces evolving in response to contemporary global security threats, such as terrorism and hybrid warfare?
Yeah, I think, so certainly the earlier two speakers probably talked about that much more eloquently than I can. I think we as Americans, or as American policymakers, I think certainly have a little bit of hubris in that we think we can decide when it's time to pivot, right? So we famously decided we were going to pivot back to the Pacific, and then the real world intruded again, right? Or we decided that the age of the war on terror is over, and then Hamas decided this weekend that it wasn't. And so I think to paraphrase what Mike said earlier, I think it's yes and, in that it's yes and that here's the mission that SOF has always done, or has done the last 20 years. Yes, they have to keep doing it. And here's the mission of what SOF looks like against a great power struggle or a near-peer conflict. And yes, they still have to do that. And maybe there's something else that we haven't seen yet, and yes, they will have to do that. Because I think whichever of the two of you said it so well before, that what makes a SOF operator different from anybody else is that ability to solve problems that nobody else can solve. And we don't know what those problems are going to be like. We know what they've been like the last 20 years. We knew what they were like during the Cold War. Arguably, could be something completely different, but the men and women that are a part of that community, I think, will continue to solve those hard problems, just like they have for the amount of time they've been in existence.
Yeah, coming after the two great speakers we had before, it's kind of difficult, but special operations, in fact, most things in the United States, whether it be foreign policy or anything else, is quite often very reactive. Something happens and we have to find a solution for it, hence the problem solvers. And for the future, we have to be able to anticipate what those problems are going to be. And that's going to be a lot of what you guys should be doing out there, whether you're in civil life or military life. Because it's fairly easy to have a problem and then try to figure out how to solve it, and it's a little bit more difficult to figure out what the problem is going to be. You talk about terrorism. In the 1970s, we were just beginning to figure out that terrorism was going to be a problem. It was big in Europe. The Germans, the British, the The French, the Israelis especially, had already seen it, but the American military hadn't. And so people were given the tasking to come up with solutions of how the American military could fight terrorism. Nobody had a clue how to do it. The commander of one of my units was asked, can you come up with a force to do this? And it was sort of like an Elon Musk moment, or maybe it was Steve Jobs, who said, don't not accept the job because you don't know how to do it. Take the job and figure out what you have to do. And that's what happened. And from that time on, we've been adapting and creating flexible forces to handle these problems. And that's what's going to be necessary in the future.
Thank you so much.
So, your books have very intense and memorable moments in each of the stories. What are some memorable influences that you may have read or may have studied, or maybe even listened to from other people whenever you were creating your stories?
The moment I had to stand in front of the sergeant major, General Nagata brought that up when he had to stand in front of his commander. We had incredibly flexible and tolerant leadership in some of the units that I was in, and they allowed us to do whatever we needed to do to accomplish the mission. But if somehow you messed up, it wasn't the enemy that you worried about, it was your own leadership. And going and standing in front of the sergeant major was one of the worst things in the world. And that was some of my most memorable moments. So I was standing in front of the sergeant major and him asking that question, did you do this? Only later did I figure out if you answered that question wrong, you were going to be out of the unit. Luckily, I answered the question right. But those are the moments that you really remember. It's the moments with your team members, the moments with confrontations with your commanders. The stuff out in the street, well, that's just sort of to be expected. So.
Yeah, I think I get asked the question a lot, like where do you come up with the ideas for your stories? Where do you come up with the things that you see happen in the book? And it's often the opposite, where I have so many that I have to pare them down, because when you get to go hang out in a team room or go buy a bunch of Green Berets of beer, you can just sit back and listen to things. And for me, it was more like, I'm going to use that. That's incredible. Nobody will ever believe this, so I can't use it. And one of the ones that falls into the no one will believe this that I'd love to use in my book but don't think I can is I was having a beer with a young captain and A-team leader. He had been Special Forces when he was enlisted, went to West Point, met his wife at West Point. She went aviation. He went back in the infantry, became a team leader, and she became an Apache pilot, which I think is a little higher than being a Green Beret, but I'm not sure. You can ask me that later. And their marriage went the way that a lot of military marriages did, and they ended up getting divorced. And so fast forward to he is a team leader, Special Forces A-team in Iraq. His guys are in an ambush, and he calls for air support, and guess who shows up? His ex-wife is shooting rockets over his head at the bad guys. And I was like, how did it go? And he said, I'm still here. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next question applies specifically to Mr. Steskar, and it's how has your background in conflict archaeology influenced your understanding of historical events and military operations?
That question is sort of out of left field, I think. Conflict archaeology is basically the study of warfare and how battles are fought, but it's also how warfare influences communities and people. I would actually put it the other way around, that my experience in the military has really helped me out in the area of archaeology, because my experience gives me a way of looking at things that civilians might not. I can interpret things differently than civilians and see the entire picture from a different aspect, a different point of view. And I did an expedition into Jordan to look at T.E. Lawrence, and I was writing a history of that. And we found a pile of ammunition. I'm going to try to make this short. Found a pile of ammunition near where no battle had been fought. There were expended cartridges, and then there were live cartridges. The live cartridges, though, had indents in the primers, indicating that they had actually tried to fire them and not been used. And I started looking at this, and somebody asked me what I thought that was. No battle had been fought there. Why was this stuff on the ground? Lawrence was using armored cars with machine guns mounted in them. So what I figured was they had fought a battle elsewhere, come back to a camp, and then they swept out the cars, leaving all the ammunition on the ground. I had no conclusive proof to say that was the case, but it made sense. And later on, I saw a picture of that location with armored cars parked approximately where we had found the ammunition. Conclusion, my military experience was what helped me in that. So.
Thank you so much. Mr. Bentry, how do you develop your characters, especially those ones involved in special operations missions?
Yeah, so I think one of the things when you are trying to write commercial fiction is you have to do something, my editor calls it the same but different. So Brad Taylor's a great friend of mine. He's a fantastic writer, writes the Pike Logan series. He was a Delta Force troop and squadron commander. I'm never going to write a better Brad book than Brad does, but my book should be shelved next to him. And so you kind of have to figure out, what are you going to do differently? And so as I got to know people in this community, one of the things I learned is that there's a lot of gallows humor that's involved, right? Because you take folks who have a very, very hard mission to do, where the results are catastrophic if you fail, and they often use humor in order to cope with that. And so I decided to use humor in my books, and I told my wife that, and she's like, well, you're not really that funny. And I said, I know, but if you give me enough time to write the joke, it might be. And so I purposely did that. The second thing I did that's a little different from a lot of the books that you find in this genre is, again, the men I know who could be Matt Drake or who could be characters in my Clancy books, most of them have families and they're married and they love their wives and their kids. It's not the James Bond kind of guy that's just wandering around. That their family and their spouse is what keeps them tethered to a sense of normalcy in a very unnormal vocation. And so I kind of incorporated that in there and tried to make it a little bit the same but different. The other thing, because I have so many friends, is I use a lot of them in my Clancy books. And so if you've read my Clancy books, there's a pair of Green Berets, one that's named Jad. Those are real people, but because I'm an author and I get to stick it to my friends, Jad in real life is actually a Navy SEAL, and I made him a Green Beret. And Brandon Cates, who is a Navy SEAL team leader in my books, was actually a Ranger platoon leader in real life. And they hate that, but I think it's kind of funny.
Great, thank you.
All right, so this is where I get into the kind of book-specific questions for what I have. So each one's going to be directed at each of you. So I'm going to be starting with a question in time. So the main character in A Question in Time is a man by the name of Kim Becker, right? Is he inspired off of one person, or is he inspired off of multiple people with multiple different, like a collage of multiple different events that you've known to have happened?
He could be totally fiction, but he's not. He like Don said, I try to bring real people into these things, and Kim is a composite of several people that I knew and served with, one of whom served in Vietnam, and that gives birth to a flashback he has to his days with Special Operations Group in Vietnam. Another part of him is spawned from a CIA officer who did an operation in South Africa. So these are composites, and I tried to build upon both their strengths and their weaknesses, because everybody has strengths that they want to show, and then they have weaknesses that they want to keep under wraps. So I try to bring those out. And if you can fit the family in there, this is something I'm gathering from Don's writings. I'm reading his too. It's influencing mine in the fact that these people have real-life relationships beyond their job, and their family is very important to them. In some cases, it's not so important. So you have to be able to articulate that and show it to your readers. So.
All right, thank you for that. So, Mr. Bentley, I'm going to be asking you the same type of question on whether or not your main character, Matt Drake, in the Tom Clancy's 0 Hour series, I think he's from, is he a composite of multiple people? If so, what main aspects were you trying to emulate within Matt Drake?
Yeah, so I'll try and keep this interesting, because my wife tells me when I talk about writing, it's kind of like human Ambien. And so hopefully I won't put you all to sleep. I don't have her here. Normally she starts texting me with encouraging things like, "This is boring, move along." And so I'll try and keep that in mind. Like I said before, Matt Drake is a former Ranger, because 3 of my closest friends were Rangers. And I spent, and to this day, my last real job was working with them before I got to write full-time. And so they heavily influenced my view of the world and what it meant to be a Ranger, and that's why Matt is a Ranger. He works for the DIA because, again, going back to that same but different, I didn't know the DIA really even existed when I was a military officer. When I was an FBI agent doing human stuff, my aperture expanded a little bit and figured out there was this other agency that had a really interesting mission set and typically didn't get along with the CIA at all. And so I thought, oh, that's great. I can use that as more stuff for fiction. And so he's definitely is a combination of different people I've known. And then also, like I said, I think when you're lucky enough to know people from that community and you see what Hollywood shows, which is sometimes good and sometimes bad and sometimes not realistic at all, you want as a writer to say, I have the privilege of knowing people who actually do this for a living, and I want to give readers kind of a window into that. My job at the end of the day is to tell a really great story that keeps you up at night. I'm not writing nonfiction here. That same Delta Force guy I talked about before helped me out with a scene in my first book, Without Sanction, where Matt's doing a hey-ho jump into Syria, because who does not want to do a hey-ho jump? I mean, it's one of the coolest. It's on every recruiting picture ever, right? And so he helped me with a whole bunch of the technical details for that. And then at the end of it, he sent back this little note and he said, we would never just send one guy, right? And I said, yeah, but was it a good story? And he said, it was a great story. I'm like, that's all I care about. And so I think that's part of what you try and walk the line of is how accurately can I reflect the community or give people a vantage into it? But at the end of the day, my job is to tell a story.
Thank you for that. That was really insightful on how your characters have been developed throughout your stories.
Mr. Stegskar, I have another question for you concerning the Cold War, your Cold War experience. So what challenges did you face as a Special Forces operator while conducting the clandestine operations in Bahrain?
I go back to my Sergeant Major. He was the biggest one, because he said, basically the word was, you can do it any way you want, just don't screw it up. So I think everybody tried very much to take heed of that advice. The challenges were, imagine a company of Special Forces troops about 90 strong, most of them Americans, but we had quite a few foreigners also, Lajak people especially. In a city, a foreign city, where you had to be able to speak local language and maybe at least one other language besides English. How do you live, work, and operate in a city like that without being compromised? And people knew there was a military unit. We were part of a military unit, but what we were trying to portray was something that was vanilla, very non-contentious. What we were hiding was the fact that we were a special forces unit sent there to sabotage the East German government and the Soviet army. So our everyday actions were geared around tradecraft, how to act and how to work in a city to conduct clandestine, unconventional urban warfare. Some people could do that. Some people could adapt to it. Some people wanted to be out in the woods with their rucksacks, but to walk around the city wearing civilian clothes, maybe carrying some sort of a bag with your weapon in it, and working day to day with Germans and try to hide that from them was the biggest challenge. Everything else, you know, if it came to pulling out a weapon or something like that, all bets were off. At that point, it didn't matter if you were an American or what, but up to that point, that's what you were trying to avoid. So.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bentre, do you think the special forces in the real world is well represented in the fictional world accurately?
I think the Navy SEALs would say yes, because they get to be on everything. They're in every document. They're in every... No, I don't know that I should be the one to answer that. I think in one aspect, going back to what Mike and Dave were talking about before, everybody in America knows there's a thing called special operations now, right? Everybody knows, you know, of the horse soldiers, of the triple nickel guys that went in on horseback and helped take over Afghanistan. Everybody knows that special operations exists now. I think very few people know what they actually do or should do. And I think the gap between that is probably fine for the general American public, probably not as fine for policymakers and politicians, especially when those views are too often informed by what they see in movies or read in books like mine, maybe. And so I think I would say that it is well represented now. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing or accurately, I'll have to defer to somebody who's actually from that community.
Thanks. Yeah, there's two faces to special operations. The visible face with the guns, as Mike said, you know, you're focusing on the kit. And then there's the other not so talked about, whether it be in cyber warfare or intelligence operations. And I'm not talking about the CIA, I'm talking about the military doing intelligence operations. Mike, stop me if I say too much. But you don't see that. And there are people out there that the rest of America is totally unaware about that are doing these operations on a daily basis. And so far, we've done a pretty good job of keeping that under wraps. Yeah, it's great to see the movies with the guns and all that stuff, but there are so many people out there that are doing these other low-key things that you don't see, and that's very important. It's, you know, as I don't know, as Dave or Mike said, you know, if you're too pulling out to the gun point, you're already too far. And what you do before that is really what's important.
Thank you.
All right, so both of you have two really new books that are coming out or are out right now. And what are some of the inspirations and challenges for these newest books that y'all had come out? For Mr. Bentley, I believe it's Weapons Grade. And for Mr. Stetzel, it's Dead Hand, which is interesting because yours is more about the war that's happening in Ukraine right now.
Yeah. I think I just flipped the coin. Long story short, my fiction up to this point has been Cold War, 1970s, 1980s, because that's very interesting and pertinent to me, and that's where a lot of my stories lie. But I saw a story in what's happening in the Ukraine, and it involves some of my characters. I've recalled them to active duty. You know, they might be in retirement, but now they have to do some work. It's amazing how much good stuff old people can do. Basically, the premise is that the Russians have rolled over Ukraine and Moldova and are now preparing to go into the Baltics. Some people have said that this is prescient. And I said, no, it's not prescient. It's history, and history repeating itself. And that's basically what's happening in this book. Yeah, I put my characters in it, and I weave a story around it, but it's history. And trying to tell that good tale that is up to date and pertinent to readers is very important. And that's what I'm trying to do with that book.
So I have to start by correcting the record a little bit. You said one of my books is good, like all of my books are good. So the latest book of mine that just came out is Tom Clancy Weapons Grade. And so I had the opportunity to write both my series of books and the Clancy books. And so for about 2.5 years, I had to write a book every 5 months, and I'd alternate between one of mine and one of the Clancy books. And it is really hard to come up with new ideas every 5 months for a new book. And so I think part of what you do as a writer is say, what are you interested about? And even if you're writing thrillers, if you're trying to chase current events, you're never going to win that. But if you can look out at the world and say, what are people interested in? What's happening right now? And does it interest you? And if so, write about that. And so for me, it's hypersonics. I'm a big aviation geek. Everybody has been talking about it, or most people have been talking about it from a munitions, a missile standpoint. There's also some significant work getting done on platforms. And so there's a really neat startup company in Atlanta, Georgia called Hermeus that's trying to make a hypersonic UAV, or a UCAV, I guess, depending on how it gets purposed. And so that was fascinating for me. And growing up as a kid of the Cold War and in aviation, there was one airplane that all of us loved, and it was the SR-71. And I'm like, I'm going to bring that back because, by God, I'm the writer and I can do whatever I want. And so I brought it back for Weapons Grade, and as part of that, I got to talk to a retired general, Air Force general named Bob Beeler, who was an Air Force test pilot and flew the SR-71. And so I spent 2 hours on the phone with him listening to stories about what it was like to be alone and unafraid on the other side of the world where there was no SATCOM and you're just doing your mission. And it was so much fun, and I put as much of talking to him in the book as I could. And at the end, I said, can I use you as a character in this book? And he's like, yeah. And so I named one of the characters after him. And the part I'll remember, besides the incredible flying stories, that was the most fun, is you have this retired two-star Air Force test pilot, flew 65 different types of aircraft, and you should have seen me trying to tell him how to use Zoom so that we could have the call. Like, it almost completely derailed. So if you can use Zoom, you can fly the SR-71. That's the moral to that story.
Thank you. So you said something interesting about Dead Hand having a really big historical component to it. Do you think you can expound on that, Mr. Setskool?
The man who is currently in charge of Russia, I forget his name, has, as a historical precedent, the czars, who were very territorial, ambitious, we'll say. And a number of Russians have made statements that they're doing nothing more than reclaiming ancient hereditary lands of Russia. And they're not going to stop, in my opinion. If Ukraine falls, Moldova will probably fall. I doubt that Russia will be completely satisfied. If you go back to 1939 and a different country moving east, it was the same thing. You give me one thing, I'll be happy. But he wasn't happy. And I don't think Putin will be happy unless he can achieve what he wants. And that's basically a new Russian empire.
All right, thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. I am a very curious person when it comes to leadership, and I like to run as much as I can to be a leader and to develop as a leader. So this question is related to leadership, and it applies to both of you. Are there any particular lessons or principles from your military career that you believe are valuable for leadership and decision-making in both military and civilian?
Oh, me. And so the question was principles from my military career that are useful for leadership in the civilian world too? Yeah, I think so. The way that the military, in my opinion, teaches leadership is profound, not so much because everybody that comes out of the military, is the equivalent to somebody that goes to the Harvard Business School, but because the military teaches servant leadership in a way that nobody else does. So what does that actually look like? So when I was a young officer, the first time you go to the field, so we're in aviation, we actually have hot chow in the field, because if it isn't, we don't fly. If there's no hot chow, there's no airplanes. And so one of the things very early that was driven into me as a young officer is you eat last. You watch your guys and your girls go through the chow line because, number one, you want them to know that you as an officer are looking at them, are taking care of them. And number two, if you were to run out, which in aviation you never run out of chow, but if you were to run out, that your junior enlisted people would get fed first, because that's your responsibility as a leader, is to take care of soldiers. That phrase, taking care of soldiers, isn't just a buzzword, it's something that you're taught to do every day as an officer. There's another incredible tradition where during Thanksgiving you would get dressed up in your dress mess and you would go down to the dining facility and you would serve your junior soldiers. Many of them, were gone from home from the first time, were not able to travel home for the holidays, and their leadership, me and my first sergeant would show up and serve them chow because you wanted them to know that you cared about them more as an individual, or cared about them beyond just being a soldier of yours, because in our profession, it's different than any others. There may come a day where you have to ask them to do something or that is going to put their life at risk. And they're going to do it, number one, because they're a soldier and soldiers follow orders, but number two, because you have earned their trust as a leader by being a servant leader to them. And if you figure that out in the military, it pays dividends wherever you go, whether that's corporate America or anywhere else.
I have two observations. We hardly ever had hot chow in the field.
Air conditioning, we had that too. And
I remember a cartoon where you've got the picture of the pilot up in the sky and he's looking down at the guys in the field and he says, "That looks like it really sucks." And then there's a guy in the field goes, "This sucks." But Don has made all the right points. It's important, I think, also for leaders to know that they don't have all the answers. It's not a business relationship where you can go out and have 24 hours of discussion and hold up hands and have votes. At some point, the leader has to make a decision. And he may have all the tactical and strategic sense that he needs from his learning. But one thing I think you have to realize is you've got to give your subordinates, the people that work for you, the chance to excel also. And the best way to do that is just simply saying, okay, this is what we have to do. This is my idea. What ideas might you have? Get the input from your people. Talk to your sergeant who, if you're a lieutenant or a captain, is going to be the guy that saves your life about 28 times before you're done with your first day. And talk to your privates. They may have a good idea, something you saw in a movie. And I'm serious about this. People read books and have ideas, and it might be a stupid idea, but it might have some semblance or some application to your stuff. And the more you do that, your people are going to have more trust in you. At some point, you're going to say, okay, discussion's ended, this is what we're going to do. Some people do that anyway. I can think of several general officers, not this one included, but several historical figures that would say, this is what we're going to do, we're doing it my way, and it went bad. Despite the fact that people were telling them, this is going to be very ugly. So you have to listen to your people, give them the opportunity to speak without fear, and then go from there and make your own decisions.
Thank you so much, sir. That's very insightful. So I'm going to ask one last question, and then we're going to jump right ahead to the Q&A session. So students and our audience, if you have any questions, you can start lining up on our left and our right. So the last question that I'm going to ask is, what are some of the most memorable responses or feedback you've received from your readers?
Yeah, so for me, the last book in my Matt Drake series was called Forgotten War, and I was writing it as our withdrawal from Afghanistan was happening back in the summer of 2021. And for me, you know, I only served one tour in Afghanistan, which puts me in the minority. It's incredible when you look out and say that less than 1/4% of the U.S. population served, and most of those folks served multiple times across Iraq and Afghanistan. And so for 20 years, less than 1/4% of the American population willingly bore the wartime burdens for this nation, which is incredible in itself. But as Afghanistan was crumbling, I just had, it was hard to come to terms with what that meant. And so I kept getting these texts and emails and calls from fellow veteran friends of mine that were all some variation of, was it worth it? Was the 20 years of blood, sweat, and tears and the sacrifices and the treasure we poured into that place, was it even worth it? And if you knock Afghanistan out, then you start questioning whether Iraq, whether any of it was worth it. And I didn't know the answer to that question. And so a friend of mine said that in a great book, what's happening is that the author is trying to answer a question for themselves in the pages. And so when I sat down to write Forgotten War, that came out, and that the book is very much fiction, but the emotional core of it, the questions were the questions that I got from fellow veterans, that the questions that I was asking, that gut punch of it can't end this way. It can't. My son has made poor choices in life, and so he's about to be commissioned as a Marine Corps officer, and he was a September 11th baby, right? So he was born September 28th, 2001. So as a dad, as a parent, thinking there's no way I would want my son to have to go back there a generation later, but as a veteran who spent a year of his life there and who lost friends there, at the same time was thinking it can't end this way. This can't be the end to our sacrifice. And so what was interesting when I wrote the book, and some of the comments that I loved the most were people who didn't serve and said, I get it now. I understand, you know, I never served in Afghanistan or Iraq. I never served in the military, but I understand now why this meant so much to you. And then the other set of comments I loved were from my fellow veterans that said something along the lines of, thank you, you put into words what I couldn't. And so that's what kind of meant the most to me.
I've only had 2 reviews of my book, so I can't really speak to that. I got a telephone call a couple of weeks ago from a Special Forces team leader, and they had read this book, this History of Berlin, and most of them didn't know about it. And they wanted me to come down and talk to them about the history. And I'm going, you know, why are they interested in this whole history? And he goes, well, all of us have come back from Iraq and Afghanistan recently, and now the wars are over, and they're asking the question, what do we do now? Why? And it goes very much to what Don was saying, and what General Nagata and Colonel Maxwell have said is, we have got to do a better job of making people understand what this nation is about and the contributions that the military makes to it. And I'm going to be going down and talking to these guys, and I'm going to tell them, you know, this is the kind of stuff that is still applicable. It's all history. Sometimes it's new when we write it again and we make it a future war of hypersonic weapons and things like that. But all of this stuff comes around, and you can't forget the history of why we were put on this world, I think, the United States as a country, and it's an example. And military service is probably one of the best examples I can see of the American spirit. Not just going and kicking down doors, but influencing people, as our previous speaker said. So I think that's very much a thing that we need to impart as writers.
Yes, sir.
So if you have any questions, we have these 2 microphones over here. Please split off and head to the respective microphone, and then we'll call on you for your question. While people are doing that, I'm going to go ahead and ask one question that came to my mind for you two. How much of yourself is in your novels?
My name's on the cover. There's a lot of, everything I think we write comes from our own experience, our own point of view. So that's where I get a lot of my information. So I'm filtering out the things that I have heard, had people explain to me, things I have seen, and I put that into the novel as my interpretation of that. I'm not in there as a character, but my friends are in there as characters. Some of my not-so-friends, obviously, they've taken on roles on the other side, much, you know, instead of becoming a SEAL when you were a ranger, then you become a bad guy instead of a good guy. It's all my point of view and how I interpret things. So that's how I put myself in the novel.
Yeah, I think what readers resonate with in a really good book is veracity, and what I mean by that isn't so much, you know, in my genre, did they get the caliber of the rifle right, which is important, or details like that, as much as do they recognize the characters on the page? Do they feel real? Can they sympathize or empathize with what they're going through? And so I wrote, before I wrote my first book that was published, I wrote 3 books that nobody cared about over 17 years because there's an appropriate time of sulking that needs to happen after each book before you write another one when it doesn't sell. And so it took me a while, and it wasn't to my 4th book that I thought, you know what, by God, I'm going to put the stuff in there that scares me, the stuff that keeps me up at night, the stuff that I did. And so, like a lot of people that have served, I had a really bad day in Afghanistan. Mine was June 28, 2005. And when I got out, I spent a lot of time reflecting on that and trying to figure out what did it mean that I was here and a lot of people weren't, and what did that mean for how I was supposed to live my life? What does it mean when the single moment, biggest moment of significance in your life happens in an instant and then it's gone, and then what do you do? And so for me, for my 4th book, which was my first book that got published, without sanction, I made my protagonist deal with that, where his version of a bad day is he was a DIA case officer, and so he was running an asset in Syria, and his asset and his asset's family was murdered, and his best friend was horribly disfigured in an IED explosion. And so I think when I finally got brave enough to put enough of me in the books, or the things that I was struggling with or thinking about or trying to figure out on my own, is when they started resonating with readers and people wanted to read them.
Good morning. My name is John Walsh. I'm a senior here at Norwich University. I have a question for Mr. Bentley. Obviously, you're writing under a very high-profile name of Tom Clancy. How has that affected your writing, and is that daunting in a way?
Yeah, so I was talking with John earlier. John, right?
Yep.
Has also made bad choices and was with my son in officer candidate school in the same platoon last summer. So writing for the Clancy estate is is humbling and terrifying at the same time. It is, you have to know, I was a young 14-year-old, I think, or so when I read my first Clancy book. It was most people's Hunt for the Red October. Mine was Red Storm Rising, and there was a scene in there where there's an F-14 doing a strafing run on a Russian container ship. And I just remember reading that and thinking, man, I know this is a book, but I feel like I'm in the front seat of this cockpit. And I would love to write books like that. And so when I got the opportunity to do that, my editor, thankfully, is the same editor as my books. And he said, I don't want you to try and write like Tom Clancy. Nobody can. And he said, but I want you to do what you do in his universe. And so that kind of took some of the pressure off. But I have another friend, also an Army vet, Josh Hood, that writes in the Jason Bourne universe. And he said, when you get a chance to write for Tom Clancy or Vince Flynn or W.B. Griffin, it's kind of like your dad finally tossing you the keys to his vintage 65 Mustang. So you want to drive that car as fast as it'll go, but you want to bring it home with no new dings in the bumper. So that's what I try and do.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, I'm Richard Conlon. I'm a first-year student here, and I have a question for both panelists. I know in my reading, I devote a lot more time to nonfiction rather than fiction. The last fiction book I remember reading was Defense of Duffer's Drift, which, if you're familiar, is barely a fiction book. And I was just wondering if you could share some of the benefits for people wishing to pursue military or intelligence community or governmental service that can come uniquely from fiction. Thank you.
I'll answer real quick. Have you ever read Once an Eagle?
I have read excerpts of it. I have not finished it.
Shame right now. No, I'm just kidding. I think what good fiction does, certainly nonfiction is important. And as a military officer, we were talking about this yesterday too, like your profession requires that you read nonfiction and lots of it. Before I went to Afghanistan, our squadron commander had us read The Bear Went Over the Mountain, because when you were in Afghanistan, you could see the exact same points in time or exact same pieces of the terrain that the Afghans had used to ambush the Russians, that they were using to ambush us, that they had, from time eternal. But I think what great fiction does is help you understand something at a visceral level. What does it mean to be a soldier? What does it mean to serve? What does it mean? Once an Eagle, I think, is one of the seminal books. It's like, what does it mean to leave, to go to war, and to try and come home? And I think as human beings, we're hardwired to communicate through stories. And I think good fiction books allow you to see the world differently.
I can really only second what Donna said. Fiction, one French writer said, fiction is basically the way to hide the truth. And by that, he meant that we can say things in fiction that you often cannot write in nonfiction. Whether or not you're going to solve the world's problems or not, yeah, that's secondary. But you can say things in there to be inspirational and to give purpose to what the soldiers do. Very rarely in nonfiction in history do authors articulate what it's like to be on the front line, to be a soldier. I think Rick Atkinson in his trilogy on World War II does a good job of that, but very few people do. So fiction provides an avenue to get that out, to inspire and challenge people.
One plug real quick for a nonfiction book. If you haven't read it, pick up Outlaw Platoon by Sean Parnell. And I really it's about his time as a platoon leader in Afghanistan. And I really feel like for my generation, it's the We Were Soldiers Once and Young. When people ask me what it's like to be a junior Army officer, what it's like to lead in combat, that one. And what I love about Sean's book, I think too many memoirs are kind of chest pounding, and here I was, and here was the great stuff. And what comes through in Sean's book over and over again is, what does he need to do as a junior lieutenant to be worthy of the men that he's leading in combat? And what are his responsibilities? All kidding aside, when my son went through officer candidate school, it was the hardest thing he's ever done, especially the first phase. And there were some very heart-to-heart phone call conversations between us. I said, son, there's a reason why it's hard, because one day America moms and dads are going to entrust to you their sons and daughters, and you might have to lead them in combat. And it will be the single biggest responsibility you ever have in your life. And when that day happens, you want to get it right. And Sean really does that well in that book.
Thank you very much.
So one of the things, and this may resonate with the rest of the faculty in the room, one of the things that we've heard, or I've heard over and over again from a faculty member, from students, I've heard them say, I can't write well, I'm not a good writer. And I've heard that time after time, and sometimes this comes from students. When they raise their hand, they give articulate answers, and they're incredibly intelligent, and yet I still hear this phrase, I can't write. How would you respond to that, and can you describe a little bit about your craft of writing and how that's improved over time? And I'll just preface that by saying is when I was an undergrad, I thought you were either born to write or you can't. No one explained that it was a process and a craft. And so could you unpack that a little bit and just respond to the phrase when you hear students that are very intelligent, I'm not a good writer?
Practice. My books have gone through several evolutions. They continue to change. The more I write, the more I learn. The more I listen to other authors, the more I listen to people who read the books, the more I look at my writing critically. It's very important. It's also really good to have some what I call beta readers, and one person in particular that has a very prominent purple pen goes through my books, and generally I start rewriting them after she gives me my stuff back. But it's learn as much as you can about the craft. Yeah, you can see all these podcasts about how to write, but it's up to you to go out and start writing. If you don't start writing, you're not going to get any place. So the most important place to start is obviously on that first page, starting to put down words. And then just keep practicing, keep working at it, and be extremely critical of everything that you write.
Yeah, I think in order to be a good writer, especially a fiction writer, you have to read a lot and you have to write a lot. And so you have to read a lot because you're learning how authors do something. It's kind of when my third book didn't sell, one of my favorite authors is Vince Flynn, and I took my favorite book of his, Protect and Defend, and I took note cards and broke out every scene, every character by a different color note card. And we lived in a really small house at the time, and so I taped those to my bedroom wall, which my wife was less than thrilled with. But what it allowed me to do was kind of the difference between looking at a house and looking at the blueprint of the house. You know, for the first time from a structure perspective, I could understand what the author was doing and how he was doing it. I think if you really want to learn how to write, just like any other craft, you have to do the professional development to do it, which means reading books about writing. So a really great one, kind of seminal one on just how to write in general is called On Writing by Stephen King, and it's fantastic. The first half of it, he's actually telling his story as a writer, and so it's autobiographical and very interesting. The second part he actually has, and this is kind of nerdy stuff for writing, but he actually has in there pages of his that he's corrected, and you can see what he's done and what not. And so I think if you're talking from a fiction perspective, you can be taught how to write. I think what you have to have innately is that desire to tell stories. When I was a kid, I remember watching, I grew up in the 80s, and they had some fantastic cinema like The A-Team, which was phenomenal. And I remember, watching that and thinking, how could they have done something different? How could they, and then starting to write my own A-Team fan fiction, which surprisingly there is not a large market for. I don't know why. But having that ability to want to tell stories and then getting your toolkit big enough or developed enough to be able to have the tools to tell the stories that you want to tell. But you got another great one is called Save the Cat, where it talks about the 3-act structure and how to break those down. But you can certainly learn the mechanics of writing. I think if you aren't somebody who loves to tell stories, that part is going to be hard for you as a fiction writer. But certainly as a nonfiction writer, just like I said, you can learn how to communicate more effectively. And even if you're not going to be an author, y'all are going to be sending emails for the rest of your life. You're going to be, if you go out in the business world, you're going to be doing proposals. You're going to be writing performance evaluations. Learning how to clearly and effectively communicate is one of your most important tasks as a professional, no matter what profession you're in.
All right, I want to thank everyone for the questions that they have given our panelists here, and I want to specifically thank our panelists for coming up and taking time out of their day and time out of their schedule to come over to Norwich University and talk to us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having us.
Before you decide to get up and leave, let me find it real quick. I had to write it down because I wasn't going to remember it. So the Norwich University Humanity Initiative Fellows invite students who are interested in this event, who are interested in the discussions that have been happening so far, the issues and discussions. There is an after session during lunch in the faculty dining hall that you're invited to attend.
Thank you.
you all right if I set this just kind of under your laptop?
Yeah, it works. Sorry? 1 minute. We will be beginning in 1 minute. Good afternoon, and welcome to the third session of the Military Writers Symposium. The title of this session is Special Operation Forces Leadership, Tried and Tested in Combat. My name is Tony Adepietro, and I'm a senior here at Norwich. I'm from Bloomingburg, New York.
And my name is Ethan Trask. I'm a senior studies in war and peace major from Sarasota, Florida. In this session, we are honored to feature Lieutenant Colonel Jeff Teagues, author of Where Have All the Heroes Gone? A Pilgrimage Through the Bible, the Battlefield, and Back Home Again. A counterterrorism and counterinsurgency expert with 25 years of experience, over 25 years of experience in U.S. Army Special Operations. He has commanded units during combat operations around the globe, including Panama, Iraq, and Afghanistan. Jeff entered the United States Army as a private in 1987, first serving in the 1st Ranger Battalion and culminating his career as a lieutenant colonel in Delta Force, retiring in 2015.
Jeff has a master's degree from the Naval War College and has earned numerous military decorations, including the Ranger and Special Forces tabs, Special Forces Combat Diver Badge, and the Military Freefall Badge. He has received numerous awards, including 5 Bronze Stars for distinguished service in combat in Iraq and Afghanistan, and a Silver Star awarded for valor during combat in Iraq. He is currently the president of Skull Games, where he is taking those hard-earned skills to free the oppressed around the globe, to combat sex traffickers and the exploitation of women and children by building leaders to protect the vulnerable.
Thank you. Isn't it weird when you hear your bio? It's like, who's that guy? Yeah, so a little bit different. I'm going to talk for about 15 or 20 minutes, and then we'll do some questions and answers and that type of thing. And you would think, Travis, that you put all of these together where we kind of pile on top of each other. But I think I hope it's great minds think alike kind of concept. And what you're looking at here with this first slide, this is my journey. At 17 years old, I joined the Army and became a Ranger. And Rangers Lead the Way was something that really shaped me. My parents are wonderful, wonderful parents. I came from a wonderful family in Wisconsin, but I'll tell you, those Ranger NCOs really prepared me and are still in my bones and blood and muscle and tears, because it isn't an easy life. And then when I moved into Special Forces, that motto of De Oppresso Liber, I didn't realize how much of that was like sinking in. And if you listened at the end of my bio, I believe now I'm as much a Green Beret as I ever was. I don't wear the silly hat anymore, and I don't have to report to General Nagata. I don't have to send data to Dave for him to crunch. But we're out there alone and afraid, still trying to free the oppressed. I'm focused on women and children that are being trapped in this sexual abuse. But I didn't realize that at the time. And one of the things for the cadets out there that I want to encourage you is you don't realize it at the time. Some of you do, maybe as you're seniors and you're looking reflectively like what Norwich really did and created in you. But as you get a little bit older and think through those things, you become appreciative and acknowledge those. And then my time at Delta Force, and I didn't know this, I don't know what the motto is for Delta. I know, it could be without equal, was what you mentioned. I know that's USASOC. In Delta Force, I never heard a motto, but somewhere on the Google, I saw oppressors beware. I don't know if you know. Is it oppressors beware? Does anyone know? I don't know. Now, that makes sense to me, though, because Delta Force is first Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta. So we talk about the A team, we talk about the B team, we talk about the C team. Back in the 70s, we recognized we needed to create a Delta detachment. And they were specific, an extension off of Free the Oppressed to Oppressors Beware. So that's the life that I am in tension with right now, is freeing the oppressed through these women and children that are being abused. But the exploiters and predators that are out there, I want you to beware, because retired guys like me are on it. So I'm going to go a little bit back and forth. The book that I wrote is called Where Have All the Heroes Gone? A Pilgrimage through the Bible, the battlefield, through the battlefield of the Bible and back home again. And it's interesting, James, because you mentioned this also. The impetus of this was me in Israel surveying some of these sites and recognizing what people were speaking about errantly. With the eyes of a soldier, I saw, no, it couldn't have happened that way. They wouldn't have been over here. They would have been over here. And it really started this journey on what do I understand and recognize of the Bible stories that I've been told, and we tell each other, that have been lost to time. This phrase right here, Sun Tzu, a lot of people know this, and it's kind of almost a postcard, kind of a pithy thing. But again, for the cadets in there, what you really need to do while you're here is understand who you are. Understand your enemy. Read. Your job as an officer is to read. It's to read and understand history. It's to read nonfiction. It's to read fiction. One of my favorite movies of all time is 3 Days of the Condor. Remember that? If anyone remembers the premise to that movie, it was a bunch of these guys that would just read books and fiction books, and they would come up with these hypotheses of what could happen, how the different state actors or terrorists could attack the United States, and they actually stumble upon a plot that ended up coming true. So you really have to balance between fiction and nonfiction, and I'll be glad to send you guys reading lists. Stephen Pressfield, Gates of Fire, Malcolm Gladwell. There's just tons and tons of material that's out there. But you really owe it to yourself to know yourself and know your enemy. And in part of knowing yourself is don't fool yourself. And it's one of the leadership lessons in SOF is you don't have this mask of command. Okay, that's my first book stop, Keegan, Mask of Command. You don't get an opportunity to walk out in front of the men and present yourself for 15 minutes before PT, or give them the safety brief at the end of the weekend. A SOF leader lives with his guys, and they understand your strengths and they understand your weaknesses. And if you're trying to fake the funk, you're going to be found out. And you're forced to live your principles. So you at first, and this is what you're doing through this university and what you're going to be doing in your first few assignments, is really know yourself in and out and what your strengths and weaknesses are. Focus on your strengths and find those partners, that NCO counterpart or either peers, that can bolster your weaknesses. And this idea of who are you, and we were just talking about this at lunch with General Nagata. You are going to be a different person at different points throughout your career. And if you heard it from General Nagata, you're going to hear it from me. When you're a young lieutenant running a platoon, be that person. Push the envelope. Train your people. Prepare them for what you are expecting. And if you go to combat, recognize and understand that your job is to fight and win the day. I retired was conveniently as a lieutenant colonel, right? And in Delta Force, that's right about the time where you're losing the tactical side of things and you're moving into more policy and strategy and staff and all of that. And I really enjoyed being the tactical guy, the ground fighter, the assault commander. So I understood what my skills were, and I picked up those skills and I've laid them now over this counter sex trafficking. I thought maybe counterterrorism, counterinsurgency, maybe some of that would translate into this crime category, and it's 100%. So it's helped me transition from who I identified that I was through my years in uniform, and when I took that uniform off, who I still was. And if too much of who your identity is in that uniform, you've really got to figure that out. And then this idea of where you are. Someone we were talking at lunch, and he was saying where, he's not so sure that Norwich University or as a cadet, they really are encouraging you to push the boundaries. Well, that's not really the job here. You know what I mean? They're really educating you. And when you're not in charge, you aren't the guy that's supposed to push boundaries. You're supposed to support the commander. You're supposed to understand these different staff functions. So know specifically and precisely where you are at all times. And it's going to change. And the faster you recognize what that changes, you're no longer a cadet. When you guys graduate and you take over a platoon, you're a platoon leader. And it's one of the things, by the time you get to Delta Force, I'm in my late 30s or something, and it's called going across the hall. Because the training site is on one side of the hall, and when you go across the hall, you're expected to lead. You're no longer a trainee. You're no longer in the training course. You are expected to lead. So the more rapidly you can really precisely identify where you are, the more apt you're going to be to lead effectively. And being truthful to yourself, if you are ready. So the book began with a deep dive into the stories from the Bible that I've always anchored on. And one of the stories that is really everyone knows, the story of David and Goliath, right? Well, there's these hidden little things in that story where, David shows up to give his brothers bring them some chow, and he hears Goliath taunting the Israelites. And he's like, what's going on here? For 40 days, this dude had been taunting the Israelites, and nobody had the courage to go out there and face him. And David said, I'll do it. He was probably 14 or 15 years old, definitely no more than 16. Short little ruddy guy. You remember he tries to put on Saul's armor and it doesn't fit, so he goes out there with his sling. And what is said there in passing is David had already confronted a lion and a bear at his time as a shepherd. And the Bible says things like that, and you'll hear things like that from your peers and from your bosses and from your subordinates, these little gems, and you'll just let it go. And I refuse to do that in my time now when I'm reading the Bible. And you think about that idea where David killed a lion and he killed a bear. So do you think he was ready for Goliath? He was ready. Do you think when he confronted a lion or a bear, he recognized that was training for something more? No, he probably, like the rest of us, was like, oh my, how many sheep did he lose? Did he get injured? But God had been putting him in these places and prepared him for that precise time. And then how many stones did David pull from the brook? Anyone remember? 5 stones. So when you see these little pieces of information is what prompted me to dig into it deeper. And it isn't 100% clear through the Bible story, but you can extrapolate from other pieces and parts through Samuel and Chronicles that Goliath had 4 brothers. So David didn't bring 5 stones because he thought he was going to miss. He brought 5 stones because he thought he was going to have to kill 5 giants that day. Because tradition back then was the brother would avenge their brother's death. So he recognized he had 5 shots to kill 5 giants. He didn't have to do that, but he was prepared to do it. And I then transition into the stories where when I was a young ranger, I was a sniper. And my job was to make that shot. But then when I became a Delta Force commander and a Special Forces commander, my job was no longer to take that shot. My job was to set the conditions for these other guys to take that shot. And I'll never forget the first time we were coming in on a helicopter assault and there were children that had entered into the battlefield. And I asked my guys, how do you feel about shooting around the kids? They gave me the thumbs up. How do you think that felt as the commander? I said, shoot around the kids, execute, execute, execute. The first time I said that, I thought it was the last decision I ever made. And I knew that when I was a young sniper, I couldn't take that shot. I wasn't prepared to take that shot. But these Delta Force assaulters that I'd been working with and training with, I knew they could take that shot. And I had set the conditions, and I had the trust built with them to be able to take that shot. So I'm going to show you a short little video here, and the lead up to this is back in Baghdad. I think this is around 05. Boss, I'm not sure if you're going to remember this one or not. It was a learning experience for all of us. And one of the reasons I'm really glad to be here is because there is so much warfare that my generation has experienced, and we're not doing a great job of sharing that with y'all. And in this scene that you're about to see, we had landed on this roof, we had gone down into the house, and we had gotten jackpot, and we had exfilled with the prisoners. Now we had a couple guys that we were leaving off of this roof, okay? So you're seeing the security element walking around. Does anyone know what those white things are? Those white things are the enemy. We didn't know that they were the enemy, but you can see what they do here. They get sucked up into the rotor, and we have a catastrophic failure. Do you remember this, boss? Those were sleeping pads on the roof. They're about this thick. They're kind of like furniture padding, lawn furniture. I can't tell you how many times we've landed on a roof with those sleeping pads, and that never happened. And to this day, we don't know why. What were the conditions? What was the humidity? What was the wind? We had already landed on that roof. We were exfilling. What were the conditions that sucked those sleeping pads up into that rotor? We still don't know. Don, do you ever know of the story? You know, but what I can tell you, we never landed on a roof with sleeping pads again. Never. And what we would do is we would send guys in early, and they would ladder up, and they would climb, and they would take all those sleeping pads, and they would anchor them down, and then we would land on the roof. So we were going through extreme risk on putting guys on these roofs if it was someplace that we wanted to land. Or we would have to land on another roof and bridge our way across like we were climbing Mount Everest or something to that effect. Okay? So that is one of those lessons that we learned the hard way, and we never did it again. And my fear is that one of these days it's going to happen again, because you guys don't know that we already learned this. We already know you cannot land on these roofs with these sleeping pads, or something like this can happen. So this is that idea again, is are you ready for this? And we thought we were ready. We thought we were prepared. We thought we had mitigated all of the risk. It was a successful mission, just like Black Hawk Down, right? That was a successful mission. They got who they were going after. It was on exfil when everything went to shit. So, were we ready? Are you ready? It's not enough. Are you really ready? Now, if you watch this video, who's the guy in charge? Look and see if you can identify who's in charge. Who's the leader in this situation? I cheat a little bit because I highlight them. Do you see one guy checking on his men? Do you see one guy going to the fuselage of that helicopter and turning it off because it was spewing fluid and he was concerned that it was going to blow? Up on the top of that picture is Alex. He broke his back. In that spinning, the skid that he was on broke away, and he was strapped to it. He broke his back. Nygaard is sitting up here in the corner, right over there. Chuck, who's checking on his men. That's Chuck. He's the team leader. He's rattled. Chuck goes up to check on Nygaard. Nygaard flipped up into the helicopter blades, and he lost a leg from here down. So Chuck goes over there. Nygaard's already putting on a tourniquet, and he helps him shoots the morphine in. Now, when Chuck tells this story, what he failed to do was check the pocket. Nygaard had a magazine in his pocket. Chuck wasted 2 vials of morphine trying to jam it through a magazine. You know, so even when you're ready, and you're really ready, things are still going to go wrong. Chuck goes on to lose a leg in combat, and he, in my understanding, was the first assaulter ever to return to combat at full combat mode with one leg. So The other reason I show this is I can tell you about Chuck, and this isn't the best video, but you can see by his actions that he's in charge and he is ready. And he went and checked on his men and secured the scene and prepared for exfil. So it's the same thing again. You hear people say this: don't lead with your mouth, lead with your actions. Next piece of that is your team ready? Like I talked about, I made the decision as that assault commander that we were going to shoot around the kids. And I didn't want to kill kids. And I fully expected if we killed a kid, that would be my job. And it should be my job. My job is to protect civilians on the battlefield. But I had the trust and confidence in my guys that they could pull it off. And that's the kind of thing that was expected of me as a Delta Force commander. And as I got higher in rank, of course, I would question that troop commander who said, seriously? Shoot around the kids? That's your plan? Roger that, sir. Okay. The last thing I want to talk about too is just, will you finish strong? You know, and as I get older, it really hurts my heart to see people who have incredible careers, and you guys are filled with ambition now, and your whole life is ahead of you, and you're excited, and then you get there, and you start to do the things that you never would have done. You start to cheat on your spouse. You start to finagle records. You start to use credit cards the way that you shouldn't be using them. It's because you've reached the peak, you've gotten to where you wanted to be. And again, when we look at David, that's the story of David. Everyone knows David and Bathsheba as well, but when you pick that piece apart, the story goes, it was the season for war, and the Israelite army was out in war. Where was their king? Where was their commander? He was back home. Doing what? Napping on the roof? We've all been exhausted. We've been exhausted of war, but your place as a commander is with your people. So that was David's first mistake. He was back home when his troops were forward. And then he sees this attractive woman who's taking a bath, and he didn't avert his eyes. He inquired about who she was, who she turned out to be. One of his commanders, one of his mighty men's wife. That didn't stop him. He invites her over. He has sex with her. He gets her pregnant. He tries to cover it up by bringing Uriah home from the front lines so Uriah would have sex with her, and then he could hide it all. But Uriah was such a dedicated commander, he would not go home and sleep with his wife because his men were still in the field. He slept on the porch. So what did David do? He had him murdered. He told the commander of his army, Joab, in the heat of the battle, pull back and leave Uriah alone so he gets killed. And sure enough, that's what happens. And then David, on top of it, takes Bathsheba into his family, and everyone thinks he's a good guy. Oh, look at how good David is. One of his best friends, one of his top commanders. He's taking care of his wife and soon-to-be child. That's the most despicable thing I can think of. And what I love about David is that the Bible says over and over and over that he was a man after God's own heart. It's unequivocal. God loved David, and he had a special place in his heart for David. And when I'm wondering and feeling unqualified, I want to be a man after God's own heart. And you feel like you're unworthy. But then I think of David. I've done a lot of bad things. I've done a lot of stupid things. But I've never had sex with one of my best friend's wives and then covered it up with murder. So I can still be a man after God's own heart, even with the flaws that are within my life. And as a commander, you have to believe that as well. You can make mistakes. We expect you to make mistakes. And that's God's limit there, right? Don't have one of your subordinates murdered, get their wife pregnant, and then try to cover it up. If you're not doing that, you're doing okay.
Thank you, Jeff. For the next 20 minutes, Ethan and I will be asking Jeff some questions, and then the last 10 minutes will be an open question and answer with the audience. So starting out as a young Ranger and then becoming a special forces operator and then a commander in Delta, that's a quite demanding journey. I remember reading in your book when you talked about how you were in selection and you thought that it was over, so you rushed to the finish line thinking it was the last event. but when you got there, it was not the last event.
Yeah, so this is one of those things where I pushed the book through the unit to get approved, so I wasn't talking about OPSEC, but we're in a closed audience, right? So anyway, a lot of people know, everyone knows, at the end of Delta selection, there's a 40-mile movement that you have to make, and you're all alone, and you're taking trails. You're really not navigating that much. It's just a long, difficult movement. And the only intel I had was from a friend of mine, I won't name him, a friend of mine who had gone through selection in 1990, and he said, when you get to the end of the 40-miler, you're going to have an option to take the road, which is much longer, or go up the mountain Laurel. However alluring the short, direct up the mountain Laurel looks, don't do it. It'll eat you alive. Take the road. And I went to selection in 2004, so this is 14 years later. I don't know anything about selection, and those of you that are thinking about, doing any of these things, don't try to G2 it. Don't try to figure it out. It's much better just letting it all come, because when you think you expect something that's going to happen and it doesn't, it's a much harder pivot. So this is my one example. This was the one thing. As soon as I hit that spot, I was like, oh, I remember this. And I started running up this road, and it was about 5 kilometers long, and I was chucking batteries, I was chucking water, I was chucking food. I'm like, I'm setting record time. And I get to the next rendezvous point, and it's not the finish. And the cadre is standing there, and he goes through the same process, and I keep waiting for the commander, General Miller, to jump out of the woods, Colonel Miller, jump out of the woods and congratulate me that you just passed selection, and he didn't show up. I had blown all of my reserve energies, and I had to walk. I had to play it cool. I kept walking out, and I kept waiting for people to jump out of the woods. It didn't happen. I walked about 200 meters into the woods, and I took a knee, and I cried. I did. I cried. I was like, I can't. I'm exhausted. I can't take another step. And let me add one more piece to this, because a good friend of mine, Bill, I write about him in the book quite often. He was ahead of me. So when you're in selection, they stagger when you go out. And Bill and I we could move under a ruck, and we were best friends, and they separated us. And Bill was the only guy still ahead of me, and I was feeling sorry for myself, and I was recollecting kind of my thoughts. And it started to snow a little bit, and it was a little bit muddy, and I was expecting an intersection, just a T intersection, and it wasn't. It was like a 6-way intersection. And I got to there, and I wasn't paying attention because I was feeling sorry for myself. I thought it was going to be very obvious. And I got to this intersection, and again, I put my head down, and I didn't know what to do. And then I looked at the ground, and I recognized Bill's footprints. I had raced and trained with Bill so often. He had crazy small feet. Like, he had tiny little, like, size 7s. Like, it was crazy. The guy was like 6'2" with like size 7 shoes. And I even knew how he rolled, his pronation. And I saw Bill tracks, and I saw where he went, and I followed Bill, because I knew that son of a gun knew where he was going.
Great, thank you.
So tying in some of your training to your combat experience, you mentioned in chapter 19 of your book an ambush by Al-Qaeda that was rather unexpected.
Yeah.
You were able to take charge of the situation and lead your men's deadly precision and aggressiveness to drive back the enemy. What was going through your head, and what was required for a leader in an unplanned combat situation?
Yeah, rarely do they get the jump on us, right? Especially in Delta Force. We control the environment, and we really choose the place and time. Well, and this was like you will find when you make mistakes, and all of you already know this. It's usually a series of somebody not saying anything or not rectifying a small mistake. And we had landed to do a desert loiter for just a short amount of time, and we usually had a standard, what the standoff we needed, what was safe. And we landed near a river with some reeds, and it was, we only really had on one side about 40 or 50 meters that we could see, and we landed there. And initially I thought, well, this is weird. Like, we never land in a place like this, because the Al-Qaeda, the insurgents, they can get a jump on us. But I didn't say anything, because Dan was flying, and he should have said something. No, the flight lead didn't say anything. The troop sergeant major didn't say anything. The team leaders didn't say anything. And even though I was the troop commander, I thought, well, if they don't really care, it can't be that bad. Oh, and we're only going to be here for a few minutes. Well, as luck would have it, a part broke. And it didn't end up being a few minutes. We ended up having to send one of the aircraft back and get a part. So we were in this unsafe logger site for about 45 minutes. And we had gotten approval from command that initially we were going to do an interdiction, but we were going to do a hard site assault instead. And we were literally in a circle, kind of talking, doing the little rock drill stuff. I literally had my overpants down around my ankles because it was winter, and we, we used to wear those big NFL football jackets that you would, and overpants and stay warm. And then when you were going on the assault, you would take all that stuff off because you knew you were going to be running and gunning for a while. So I literally had my pants down, and all of a sudden a machine gun opens up, and it starts spraying all around us. And my first thought was, are they shooting at us? Like, who in the world is shooting at a Delta Force troop? What do they think is going on? Immediately run back to the helicopter because my helmet, my weapon, my comms, it was all sitting in the helicopter. We had gotten very comfortable in combat. And for those, for you cadets out there, you will find a new normal. You will find a new normal of stress. You'll find a new normal of chaos. You'll find a new normal in combat. But you have to always be very, very careful of not letting your guard down. And we had let our guard down over and over and over. And then an RPG goes off, and I realized, oh boy, they've got the jump on us. So first job was to get the helicopters up. Again, God forbid we heard a helicopter, right? So get those helicopters up in the air, and we counterattacked on this small ambush. And they didn't know what hit them, obviously. It was a Delta Force troop online fire maneuver. And I remember when we came up on the insurgents, they were two young guys. They were loaded for bear. And I felt bad for them because they just didn't know what they were doing. They didn't know who they were attacking. If they would have known we were Delta Force, they probably wouldn't have done it. So they highly, highly underestimated us, and we had gotten a little bit lazy in our standards as well. So those are two things that you really, really have to guard yourself against every single second when you're in a combat environment. Is that? Yeah, thank you. All right.
So we talked about it a little over lunch, and you mentioned it briefly in the beginning, the change in leadership from an NCO's role being on the front of the lines. As an officer, you have to stand back. Can you talk about the change in the balance of leadership, but also knowing when to step in as a commander?
Yeah, one of the NCO officer relationship is magic. It's exponentially magical when it works. If there's tension and it doesn't work, it can be bad. But I still don't think a bad officer-NCO relationship is ever worse than one of those guys alone. There's just a power to it, and it's really something I miss as a civilian. I've tried to really partner and pair with people. I think I'm at heart, I'm that NCO, so I've usually tried to partner with that officer type kind of a deal, and I miss that in life. And I think it's one of those things also that I've begun to appreciate and learn. I'm 34 years married now. I've known my wife since I was 15 years old, and it's only now that I'm really beginning to appreciate this command team that we've had together and how magical it is when it works, and it's worth fighting for. So in the way that we would do it, especially in a combat environment, was the NCO would run the fight down and in, and the officer would run the fight up and out. So you are responsible for the ISR and the taskings and the follow-on and the QRF. It was not good for you to get sucked into the fight. It was very different as an SF guy because we were so limited on resources. Back in the early days of 2003, 2004, when I was in 10th Group, it was different. Like I would tell my bosses we're commencing the assault. I would hang the radio up and I would be an assaulter, and then the assault would be over and I would come back to the radio and I'd be an officer again because we didn't have the resources. Right? It was just us. It was us and our host nation partners. But as you're moving up higher, you really have to understand the broader repercussions of what that battle space looks like, and it's always in a 3D environment. Let's see what else. And again, you've heard me say it, the officer's role and responsibility is to set the conditions so your team is trained appropriately. And when they go to combat, they're not doing anything for the first time. And if you're asked to do something for the first time, you have to have the courage to tell your bosses, wait a minute, I need to train up on this. And I'm not just saying this hypothetically. We were asked to do a mission, and we were supposed to swim across this river, because we're Delta Force, right? We're supposed to swim across this raging river and go hit this target and then come across. Well, about 200 meters down on the river, there's a checkpoint, and if anything went wrong, you're now in a gunfight in the water against people on a bridge. And I had to tell my bosses, we're not ready. I know we're Delta Force, but we're not ready. We don't have the flotation devices. You know, we don't have the tie downs. We haven't done this swimming. We're going to need fins. We're not ready to do this. So have the courage when you're not ready to say you're not ready. And I think that was really the only time in combat where I had to say I wasn't ready. But again, how many river crossings do you think we trained for in Iraq? You know, everything else that came our way, from hey-ho, hey-low, even water infiltration, we had trained and prepared for that. I want to comment on one thing too that was interesting. Who was just talking about it? James, I think you were talking about it, where you have to be prepared for all of these different things. And one of the tensions that we found in the unit was we're the aircraft takedown guys, right? If anyone ever hijacks an aircraft, that's our responsibility to secure that aircraft, kill the terrorists, free all the hostages. Well, how many times has that happened in American history? 0. But that was our job. So even in the middle of Iraq and Afghanistan, we still twice a year had to practice aircraft takedowns, because in the odd chance that we would be called to do it, we had better be ready. And how many times do you think I had to talk to my NCOs and explain to them, I know, we're not going to do it. We're never going to do it. But what if?
Thank you.
Well, speaking of the what ifs, you make mention more than once of the importance of following through with the mission once it has commenced. One instance that really stood out to me was a situation where you were attempting to stop a suicide bomber, and the LZ was not what you expected. Would you like to comment on that? And that in mind, what considerations are necessary on the ground when dealing with incomplete or incorrect intelligence?
Now, all you guys that write books, like you write stuff and you forget you wrote it, right? You're like, what are we talking about? Did I write that? Did I say that? That's a good turn of a phrase. Ew, that sucks. So it took me a minute to figure out what you were talking about. So is this on the mosque? Yes. Okay, so this is an interesting story, because I just saw some. So in most places, mosques are oriented towards Mecca. So depending, they kind of stand out. You can do a real quick map recon, and you see this building that's off on a weird angle. Well, for some reason, this village that we were in, the whole village was kind of canted that way. So it really didn't stick out to me. And we were going after a suicide bomber. We knew there was a vehicle-borne IED in this village, and we were coming in on short final, and I see this large antenna with loudspeakers on it, and I asked the flight lead, is that where we're landing? And he said, yeah. I was like, oh, that's a mosque. And you don't land on mosques without General Nagata telling you can land on a mosque. But it was short final, we were coming in, and this is that example, guys, another choice I made that could have ended my career. It's like, look, we're landing on a mosque. And I called my boss, and I said, 01, this is 11, we're landing on a mosque, and hung up. But I had this bank of trust with my boss, and he had a bank of trust with me that I knew if and when I had the opportunity to explain it to him, that things would be okay. And when we landed on this mosque, and we were climbing down off the roof, there was about 100 pairs of flip-flops outside the mosque. And my immediate thought was, we're looking for one guy, and there's 100 dudes in there. How in the world are we going to identify this one guy that we're looking for. And the thought hadn't even gone all the way through my mind when I had crossed the threshold of that mosque, and there were 99 people turned around looking at us, and one guy staring forward. And I recognized it immediately, and our team leader recognized it immediately. That was our guy. Because everyone else that was innocent is wondering what in the heck is going on. And to their credit, again, as I'm seeing all this, these highly trained NCOs are closing the distance, and we're able to grab that guy. Now, what isn't in the book, Ethan, that I talked to a buddy of mine the other day, and we were kind of recounting the story, and you know what my NCO said? He said, "Oh, we all knew it was a mosque." I said, "You did?" He was like, "Yeah, we thought you knew it was a mosque. We thought we were just going to pretend that none of us knew that it was a mosque." I was like, "No, I seriously didn't know it was a mosque." So the epithet, whatever, the end of that story is apparently everyone else knew it was a mosque, and they thought I was going to pretend it wasn't a mosque. But my career survived, and we found the VBID and lived to fight another day.
All right, well, thank you. This will be our last question of the session. Afterwards, we will be taking questions from the audience. Please go ahead and make your way along the sides of the auditorium up to the microphones on each side of the stage. Jeff, you've led an incredible career service, and I want to come back to the work you do today. Jeff here is the president of Skull Games Incorporated. Would you please tell us a bit more about your team and what it is that you do?
Yeah, so let me back up a little bit on this. You know, we were talking about, Don, you were talking about this, you guys were talking about this. What really makes special ops what it isn't just the assaulter, it's the enablers. We have the greatest cooks. We have the greatest admin. We have the greatest mechanics, absolutely selfless. And the intelligence professionals that we have are worth their weight in gold. And I really had an affinity for these men and women that were supporting us. And they were, in many ways, working harder than we were. You know, when they handed us a packet and we went out on target, they were looking for the next one. They were looking for the next one. And they carried some of that load. I had to tell many of them, look, I'm the boss. I'm the commander. If we're going in there to kill these guys or we're going in there to drop a bomb, that's my responsibility. So a lot of these analysts carry that weight of the information that they gave us to prosecute. So as I began to move into the civilian sector, and this goes back to this, who are you? Know who you are. I really loved the hunt. I really loved the tactical fight. I really loved the relationship with intel. And I was looking for a new problem set. And I hate bullies. And when I began to feel this calling to address this scourge of sex trafficking and understood that it's alive and well in the United States, I understood it in Far East Asia. I understood it how ISIS was using it and Taliban was using it. But in the modern Western world, it's an economy. We're selling women and children, boys, for sex. And we aren't equipped as a government, we aren't equipped as a police force to do that. But you know, we've got this group of intel professionals that understand how to find bad guys. And what we leverage is open source intelligence. It's called OSINT, or publicly available information. It's a space, you don't need anything special. It's all this information that people willingly put online. And when you have the talent and the experience to look at OSINT and identify who these women and kids that are being sold and build that into lead packets to push to law enforcement, you've got something that's going. So if those of you that are the Green Berets, it's what we've always done, right? You develop the intel, you develop the lead, you get your host nation, partner nation force to the right place at the right time with the right gear. And our host nation force right now is American law enforcement, Homeland Security and local law enforcement, who really lack this wisdom and experience of what we've garnered over time. So this CT monster that we built, that you had a hand in building, we've picked that up and put it against this crime of sex trafficking. And it's beginning to grow, it's beginning to work. So in addition to how we do OSINT, this weekend I'm going down to New Orleans. We bring in, we have these task force events. Again, it's designed like the task force, the big tent where everyone can come in. And we have about 100 people on site and another 100 people playing online, where we're hunting in about 30 cities across the United States to identify women and kids that are being sold and then we try to push those leads and prosecute those targets as rapidly as we can to have kind of a network effect against it. It briefs well, and it is working, but it demands a level of funding that is very, very difficult to achieve. So if you know any rich people, please have them, give me a call. And really, I say that kind of tongue-in-cheek, but what I haven't created in life is wealth. It was never, again, I joined the Army at 17, I married at 19. I never knew what my paycheck was. I don't know what my paycheck is now. I have no idea. My wife, she could be a millionaire right now and been, putting money away. I would have no idea. I didn't focus on creating wealth. Other people in this world have been gifted and they've created wealth. And where I am proud to be is that person who can now take what they've been given and what God has blessed them with to really some tangible results, and a passion and purpose. And then it breaks my heart that we have soldiers killing themselves. And it's getting deeper and deeper into the soft community. I thought for a while we were kind of immune to it, but it's getting deeper and deeper. We just lost a really good friend, a Delta Force officer here last year. He just couldn't see his way out. And some of it is chronic pain, some of it is TBIs, but a lot of it is they're not finding a new passion and purpose. And when they take that uniform off, they don't know who they are anymore. So with what we're doing with Skull Games is at least once a quarter, they can kind of put that uniform back on, they can put that green beret back on, and they can become a hunter. And we also have survivors from trafficking that are hunters. So now we have women that have survived the life, and they are the human computer understanding what it looks like where these oppressors should beware.
All right, thank you, Jeff. We will now be opening the floor to questions for the next 5 minutes.
You guys better come down and ask questions.
Please state your name and class you're followed by your question.
So who's here from Ranger Company? All right, you need to have questions, so come on down. I'm serious. Get up.
And you can ask me jujitsu. You can ask me jujitsu questions from this morning. I like Bible questions. It doesn't have to be just.
Jeff, thank you. One of the things that we hear often at Norwich is the importance of cross-cultural intelligence, the ability to think through the eyes of the other, to understand the eyes of someone else, friend or foe. Can you just speak to the importance of that concept in your career, either as a Ranger or Green Beret or Delta?
Yeah. So one of the things when I, I'm a little mixed on the Special Forces focus on language, right? Because what Special Forces was built upon was like this man right here. He came from Estonia, so he spoke that language. Like this expectation that as Special Forces guys are supposed to be fluent in a particular language is an unrealistic expectation. Some of the guys can, and again, we have such a varied space that we work in. You're never going to speak Arabic the way you need to. You know what I mean? To be able to blend in. But what you do learn that can never be underestimated is that cultural knowledge. When I learned Russian, where's our Russian friend? Is he in here today? He was sitting next to me earlier. When I learned Russian, I felt like I really began to understand that mentality, the way you speak, the way that they have certain words for things. So studying language, studying Arabic, studying the Quran really helps you understand what people's mentality is. We talked about this right before we went on. Even understanding salam alaikum, alaikum salam. That we translate that, on the TV they translate that as hello. No, this is an opening, a spiritual religious opening. So every single thing that happens in the Arab world, it has undertones of religion and spirituality. So when we want to pretend that this has nothing to do with Islam, it's just false. It's not a secular Islam. It's not a modernized Islam. It's a radicalized fundamentalist Islam. But you can't separate out the two. And I like what you had said, James. I say the same thing. Russia's going to roll east every opportunity it gets. Germany's going to do it again as well. Germany's going to break their boundaries. Turkey's going to break their boundaries. History repeats itself. I had a discussion at dinner. You're going to be hard-pressed to convince me that China is going to go on the offense militaristically, because I would challenge you in the history of China, when did they ever do that? So when you understand culture and you understand history, you have at least a baseline to pivot off of. And if you willfully don't want to understand those things, you're not going to get it right. And we've proven that time and time again with these last handful of wars that we've gotten engaged in.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Cadet Muraski. I'm a senior here at Norwich University. In your introduction, you reflect a lot on stories from the Bible. Has faith always been a part of your life and military career, or has there been a certain point in your life career that it stood out to you and you, I guess, got more into it?
Yeah, so as luck would have it, my parents raised me like from a young age. I was baptized as a little baby. I was raised as a Lutheran. It was boring as hell, right? Like God's favorite music is from 1812. You know what I mean? Like it just, I had an affinity for it, and I studied it. And then when I was in college and before we had kids, my wife and we kind of got lazy and moved away from it. I've always believed in God. I've always been a follower of Jesus. But just like most people, I've had my peaks and valleys. When we had our children, it was kind of a wake-up call, like what are we going to expose our boys to? And then even before, I worked in Israel for a half a year in 2009, and then before I retired, I lived in Israel for 2 years, working some specialty CT jobs. But even before that, I kind of got on this kick of understanding the Jewishness of Jesus and what it meant to be, what Judaism meant, and then what it meant for him to fulfill, you know what I mean? So I really began to study this from an Old Testament point of view, and in a Judaic point of view, and a traditional point of view. And then I had the opportunity to live in Israel and walk these places, and you stand where they happened. There's this guy, this Catholic friar named Bargel Pixner, and he says when you go to Israel and visit these sites, it's like being exposed to a fifth gospel. You have the 4 gospels you can read, but there's a 5th one, and it's walking the terrain. And I love what you said, James, because with the soldier's eyes, we know terrain. I have folded my body, underneath next to an anthill because bullets were flying. I know the terrain. I'm acutely aware of the terrain. So to be able to walk those places, it really had an invigoration in my life, and I think it set a tone for my boys that will never go away. But you still have these valleys, right? Because I don't have that realism in America. And American, Christianity, it's just kind of watered down. It's kind of like feel good. It's got a very different place. So I really don't know where I stand anymore with my faith, but it's always been part of it. I would also say, I have long answers. So I would also say, I always made it clear with my guys where I stood. And the worst thing you can do is talk about how you believe in Jesus and what you think is moral, and then you're doing things that are immoral. So, I walked the walk. I didn't talk the talk. But I also wasn't judgmental. Guys are drinking, guys are going to strip clubs, guys are cursing and swearing and gambling and all those types of things. It wasn't my place to judge them. It was my place to understand them. And I think that's the Christianity that I come from, especially these men that we ask to go to war over and over and over. And then we don't understand why they're gambling when they get home, or they're drinking alcohol, or doing risky business. So be very be proud of who you are, and don't bend on your principles. Again, as a soft guy, they'll see it.
Hello, sir. I'm Cadet Dennis Kuntz. So the question I had for you was, of course, Christianity being like the mainstay of what is the moral backing for you would probably consider a leader. How does one, as a Christian, because me being a Christian myself, I'm heavily invested in this, how does one become an effective leader while still maintaining Christian principles and Christian beliefs?
Yeah. I think the number one thing is don't pass judgment. Who are you to pass judgment? And I think very, very specifically, especially guys that don't believe. Like when you look at our faith tradition, the Gentiles have a pass, man. Those people that weren't Jews or that didn't believe in Jesus, they don't believe what you believe. So stop telling them what to do. You believe what you believe, and you live it. And there was only one time in my career where I sat down with a guy, and I said, he was cheating on his wife, and I said, look, this isn't. I'm not coming from the moral high ground, but I want to have this discussion with you because you know how this ends. And if you want it to end that way, you're going to lose your wife, and you're going to lose your family, and there's a lot of other ways. So if you aren't looking at apologetics is a big thing that C.S. Lewis on this idea where you're not referencing the Bible itself, you're referencing logic, you're referencing old traditions. I think one of the things I would also recommend is just understanding, where I've gone with my book is I've tried to look at tradition and myth and all these things. So a guy like Joseph Campbell, who looks at these things that are just truths around the world, finding these things that we've universally accepted as standards and truths, your guys will understand. It doesn't have to be based on your Judean Christian beliefs, because our Judean Christian beliefs really stand on a lot of these universal truths. But again, the biggest thing I can say is walk the walk, don't talk the talk, and they'll respect you for that, and your faith will be contagious. Yeah.
Okay, unfortunately, we are out of time to take any more questions, but let's give a round of applause for Jeff for being with us. Thank you for advancing our knowledge and helping us. A few main takeaways that I took from this are to know yourself and your enemy and to have the courage to speak up. So thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Yeah.
The session is over.
Thank you very much. That was fun. Thank you, guys.
Nice job, dude.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Thank you for
Amruta, are you ready? Okay. Me in the back? All right. Dave, is there anybody behind you that's waiting to come in? Nope. All right. Well, please grab a seat. I'm really pleased right now to introduce Cadet Corporal Amruta Vibo. She's our Richard Schultz Class of '60 Symposium Fellow this year. And she has been involved in a real whirlwind of research since she began her career here as a student just last year. In this case, her research centers around modeling the capabilities of the MV-22 Osprey and developing a primitive enhanced flight navigation system. Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but my intellectual pursuits while I was a student here as an undergrad were not near this league, either in depth, scope, or the value to society. And we're very proud to have her as a student, capable and willing to do this type of research. When my friend, Professor Travis Morris, asked me to act as a moderator for this talk, at first I was reluctant because it requires some preparation and I need to see what else was going on that day. But as soon as he talked to me about what it was, and I found out it was a presentation by one of our students about a subject that affects the warfighting capabilities of our country, it became an easy yes for me to say I would love to participate. And it combines what are now my two favorite pursuits. One, developing and preparing our students for the challenges of the future and continuing to protect our country. I have a fairly entwined history with the aircraft, and I think that's why Travis asked me to be a part of this. In the spring of 2000, I was one of the few infantry students who were out at the Marine Corps' premier aviation school. It's called WTI, stands for Weapons and Tactics Instructor. It's run out of MCAS Yuma out in Arizona. And students at WTI, they spend weeks developing the planning and execution skills required to integrate all facets of U.S. Marine Corps aviation in support of the force commander's requirements. During this particular course, WTI would be incorporating the MV-22s for the first time. On April 6, I was pretty proud I was asked to be chosen to be the ground mission commander for the first MV-22 mission that WTI would be involved in. We were doing a simulated non-combatant evacuation operation involving MV-22s, F-18s, and then a platoon from my home battalion, 3rd Battalion, 5th Marines, from where I was seconded to the school. Together, the pilots and my infantry team built a plan that took great advantage of the improved speed and range that the MV-22 brought. We took off from MCAS Yuma on the evening of the 8th with 4 MV-22s. 2 were carrying me and my ground team, and we had 2 empty birds reserved for the simulated evacuees that we were conducting the mission to remove from the danger area. Upon our descent into the Marana airfield, the bird next to the one I was in entered what was later determined to be something called vortex ring state. It lost all of its lift to one of its rotors several hundred feet above the ground, and it catastrophically crashed, killing all 19 Marines aboard. It was an absolutely heartbreaking tragedy that seared into my mind the absolute requirement and vitality of all of the research, the modeling, the simulation, the testing, and the evaluation that goes into designing and producing modern aircraft, training their pilots and maintainers, and eventually fielding and integrating them into the force. Throughout the early 2000s, the aircraft went through additional design improvements and testing, culminated in the fielding to the fleet in the first operational deployment of the MV-22 with the Marines in 2007 in Al Asad, Iraq. Variants were later fielded by the Air Force and the Navy. From 2009 to 2016, I flew on this aircraft extensively throughout Iraq and Afghanistan. I was pleased to be able to use the aircraft's increased speed, load carrying range, ability to aerial refuel to tremendous advantage, enhancing my ability as a commander to project, insert, and sustain combat power throughout all of the CENTCOM AOR. Now, as the search for the MV-22's replacement has already begun, I am glad that we are raising a next generation of aspiring service members who are willing and able to do the intellectual work required to ensure that we as a nation build the most capable and safest aircraft we are able to produce. And we must do this faster than our adversaries if we hope to maintain the tactical and operational advantage that we seek to achieve. Cadet Vibo is a representative of that next generation, and I can't wait to see how she presents her work here. So, Cadet Vibo, please come to the stage.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Commandant of Cadets, Brigadier General William McCullough, Colonel Pascal, Captain Pingle, Lieutenant Gibson, ladies and gentlemen, authors, scholars, warriors, my fellow Norwich family, good afternoon. I, Amrita Vibho, the 2023 Richard M. Schultz Military Writers Symposium Fellow, welcome you to my talk on redesigning the stability, control, and augmentation system of the United States Marine Corps' MV-22 Osprey as a hypersonic suborbital aircraft. That is the United States Marine Corps' MV-22 Osprey tilt rotor. It's called a tilt rotor because it's not conventional like an aircraft. It takes off like an airplane, but has the rotors of a helicopter attached onto its wings. This was done to ensure maximum maneuverability in and out of a battlefield as quickly as possible. It works on a principle called vertical takeoff and short landing, so that no matter how long or short the runway is, Marines can be fetched to and from battle safely. Like Sir mentioned, on 8th April of the year 2000, the United States Marine Corps was conducting a night flying experiment in the deserts of Arizona. A glitch, the cause of which was not known at the time, cost 19 lives. All Marines in the aircraft were killed. Though that was not the first crash of the Osprey after July 1992 and August 1996, that was the most fatal till that date and began the United States Marine Corps' doubt in their trust in the Osprey. Last year, in a similar accident in the deserts of California, all 5 Marines of the VMM 364 Purple Foxes detachment lost their lives in a similar night training accident. One of whom is a Norwich grad and alum, Captain Lusapio, the one in the middle. I remember as a rook standing on the UP last year in my tunic as we did echo taps to remember him and his sacrifice. I remember watching his mother, father, and at the time fiancé absolutely distraught with the loss of his life. That moment triggered me and struck a chord that had only been stricken once before. When I was 4, the Columbia shuttle disaster took place. The only Indian woman to have ever made it to space, Kalpana Chawla, lost her life. That, as tragic as it was my introduction to the concept of space, and that there's something beyond what I can see seamlessly ending air. One of the reasons I'm here at Norwich standing before you today is I want to pursue a similar dream that Captain Lusapio had, and more to what Kalpana Chawla had. I want to be the first Indian woman on the moon. I want to accomplish that by serving the United States first before I take advantage of the opportunities it has to offer me, hence the United States Marine Corps. That day at Echo Taps, I knew that I wanted to do something to justify why Captain Lusapio died the way he did. That began a summer's worth of research, the Richard M. Schultz Military Writers Symposium Fellowship. My idea of investigating why the Osprey behaves the way it does and why it crashes the way it does is encapsulated on this board that was my mind map during the summer. This is an encapsulation of 50 consecutive failed attempts at comprehending even one equation of the 5,000-page manual, the only one to have existed in history on the United States Marine Corps Osprey, designed in 1971. When I began looking at it, I went through first principles. In 1971, after the United States spearheaded the mission to land the first man on the moon, the space war or the Cold War ended. And what began was a series of harmonious events to bring together all 4 nations involved in the space age to build what is now known as the International Space Station. That project was the United States Army's rocket plane, or the XV-15. Marines put their lives at stake to test them, to become the first test pilots after Neil Armstrong and others who went to the moon. What I couldn't understand during the summer was, since 1971, with the advancements that we have had, many of whom I've worked on, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, black holes, there should be no reason that I was not able to understand even a single equation of what was written in 1971. To be honest, this doesn't require genius. It doesn't require that much smarts to actually understand. It requires a cause that you're willing to fight for, which I am willing to fight for. And then it hit me. In the summer of 2020, as a COVID senior, graduate of high school, I took a year off to do research. I began by taking a class at MIT in the fundamentals of aerospace engineering and engineering the space shuttle. What I hadn't looked into was the very thing that sparked my interest in spaceflight, what Kalpana Chawla worked on, VTVL, vertical takeoff, vertical landing, meaning it takes off like a rocket, goes into suborbital space, so it's still the atmosphere, comes back and lands like a helicopter. Because the Osprey's problem is that it's designed in such a way that it can transition between being a helicopter and a plane so as to compensate for the loss of stability in both phases. But that is the exact stage at which it loses stability, therefore defeating its very purpose of invention. On my 51st attempt at comprehending this, based on the principles of the space shuttle, right there, it takes off like an airplane come spacecraft with the thrust generated by solid rocket boosters, deploys Marines to wherever they have to go, takes off again, but instead of landing straight down, it goes into suborbit, goes through re-entry, breaks the hypersonic sound barrier, which was the success of the space shuttle, comes back and lands like a helicopter. I understood this the day before I was supposed to be here for Leaders Week to report as a cadet training company, cadet leader. I now understand that what began as a summer fellowship is now going to be a 2-year-long project for which me and my professors are now embarking on an application process for a $500,000 grant with the Einstein Foundation in Berlin, Germany. Should the Young Career Research Award be awarded to me as their youngest Einstein in the United States, I would do the following. First, understand the 20 subsystems that I couldn't comprehend before of the Osprey. I have begun coding them up, and I'm in the process of compiling everything. Second, I would reproduce the systems of the space shuttle. And then, after a fair bit of thinking, whatever I can figure out about stability, I will do my best to combine both of them and build what would be the first 4 rows worth of a miniature RC Osprey, hypersonic, however it may be. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being patient listeners of my project in redesigning the stability, control, and augmentation system of the Osprey, or as I like to call it, no Marine left behind. Norwich together, Norwich forever, Semper Fidelis. Thank you.
For those that are qualified, does anyone have any questions at the outset on Cadet Vibo's research on this project? Please feel free to come down, raise your hand. I got the lights in my face, so I can't really see if anyone in the back. Well, I'm going to lead this off. First off, thank you for being one of our students. Thank you for working so hard on something that's important. But then also, you've seen this on my desk, and this sits as a reminder of those that we lose, in not just on the battlefield in pursuit of tactical, operational, and strategic gains, but to develop the capabilities to win on the battlefield. There are all kinds of people that are lost. And this aircraft, I told you one of my stories, and then your poignant story about meeting Captain Lasapio's family when we opened that shadow box.
Yes, sir.
It's important to have reason and drive behind your research, and I believe you found yours. With that question, you've studied at MIT, you've studied at other very prestigious, very well-funded research institutions. Why are you here at Norwich? Why have you picked this place to be the place that you're going to conduct your research?
Sir, I'm often asked why I've come all the way across the world to serve in the United States military and not just commission into the Indian Navy or whichever branch that I was qualified enough to go out for. I'm someone who believes in founding principles. Even though the Soviet Union was the first to put a man in space, what the United States did by creating the international harmony with the International Space Station so we can find solutions to problems that we cannot otherwise solve on Earth makes it the pioneering country that does something for good of all humankind. I believe Norwich, as a pioneering institution of the ROTC, does the same with citizen soldiery. If I am to take advantage of that big of an opportunity, say that I accomplish everything that I have in mind, make it to a point where I can actually go to space, I wouldn't want to be the one to first exploit the opportunities the country has to offer me. Before I can call it home, I want to be able to serve the nation, and that's why I'm here, sir.
You briefly touched on it, but I'm interested in what research are we going to see out of you next? Is it building more onto this? Are there other areas that you plan to explore? We have another 2.5 years of your time here at the school, and I'm interested, many of your professors are interested in what sort of research are we going to see you present to us next year and the year after?
As many of the people present in this room know, I cannot sit still or do one project at a time. I'm doing 5 researches at the moment, sir. One of them is with MIT and the Ukrainian government in investigating the radionuclide poisoning in Ukraine's central dam that was bombed by Russia. I can recall that in my Stanford admissions essay 2 years ago, they wanted me to justify my intellectual vitality. The last sentence of my essay was, with our existing knowledge of cosmology, we know 95% of what exists. But by merging astronautics and astrophysics, I seek the 5% that remains hidden in plain sight. So as I'm doing research in black holes and dark matter and what lies beyond the realm of what we can imagine, I want to focus that physics into investigating quantum vortices, the cause of the crash of that Osprey in Yuma. I would like to extend this research to a point where I can build a self-propagating gyroscopic navigation system for the Osprey that uses the very cause of those crashes, the quantum vortices, to propagate it, to propel it further. I want to do that by the time I'm a senior here.
I would like to tell you my goals were as lofty while I was a student here, but I didn't have the intellectual capability, but I'm still working on it. We stop learning, we stop leading. Now that you've heard her research and you've heard her reason for wanting to pursue that research here and what she's doing next, I'm going to give you all one last chance. Is there a question that you would like to ask? Sergeant Major Beebe, yell it out.
Have you been
No, no, Sir Major.
Would you feel comfortable flying in
Yes and no, Sir Major. Because the Osprey, the way it crashes is not because it happens due to purely scientific reasons. It happens at a point where if the pilot is unable to decide which mode he or she wants to land it in, as an aircraft or as a helicopter, at a certain point it keeps going back and forth, it overrides the pilot's command and locks to one. Depending on whether the terrain is appropriate for that mode of landing, it might survive, it might not. So if I am in that position and it is absolutely necessary, I will take that risk. But scientifically, I would not be comfortable riding in an Osprey, no.
I'll ride it in it with you, Sean. Please.
Yeah, so I'm a helicopter pilot. The vortex ring state is something that's commonly known among helicopter pilots. When you're at a very high hover, if you start to drift downwards, you get air that comes up through the rotor and then erodes your ability to fly. And so my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that the vortex ring state that was the cause of the first crash was not the same as the second crash. The second crash was a mechanical failure. They call it like a hard clutch engagement or something like that. Are you saying those two things are related or have a similar cause, or what's your thesis?
So that's part of what my advisor and I investigated this summer. We found out that the Osprey is, no surprise, it's not linear as a mathematical model. It has 20 subsystems within which there are sub-subsystems. And part of my research was trying to code all of that up manually because at the time the Osprey was built, we didn't have artificially intelligent systems to read in all the data together. What I want to do is try to pinpoint if those subsystems can cause failure of one another using chaos theory and something called the Kalman filter. That's part of what I began researching at the very end, which was my 51st and first successful attempt. What I did towards the very end that produced that catalog in a short paper was use data from Blue Origin's 40,000 takeoff and landing procedures that were conducted over a sequence of 5 years, put them into an artificially intelligent model and try to see which kind of stability it is that compromises the stability and control of the Osprey. So to the answer to your question, it might be that one system causes the crash for another, and both of them together crash the Osprey. And that's something I want to use, do using transient sensitivity analysis as I was. That's what I want to do, sir.
So it looks like we have a lot of the same interests. I also want to go to outer space, although I'm currently doing computer science and information systems here at Norwich. My question is, what advice do you have for people who would look to do a research project at Norwich?
So in general, any research at Norwich?
Well, I also really like artificial intelligence and outer space, so I've been considering to apply for a research project maybe similar to what you're doing, although maybe not focused on the military, but more on space.
Right. That's part of what I did this summer. I was in charge of, I was doing many research projects this summer, one of which was using the quantum computing sources that we have at Norwich at the AI Center and applying them to find or build an algorithm to distinguish between black holes, dark matter candidates, and normal gamma rays. So I would suggest trying to pinpoint, although this is very vague and that's where I struggle also, but pinpoint an area of physics that you would actually like to look at. Then look at the tools that you need computationally. I feel computer science is a very, very important field. I have 4 majors at Norwich: physics, chemistry, math, and computer science. That is to help me become a high-energy astrophysicist while also studying ballistic systems like I want to. So I would say physics, computer science, and then try to see which professor matches your understanding the best. From what I know, Professor Ali, who is my advisor for the AI Center, is a very good person to go to. Professor Kulkarni, she's at the back. She's a very good person to go to. The only high-energy astrophysicist we have is Professor Hole, who studies supernova, wind pulsars, and stuff like that. So I would suggest starting there.
Okay, thank you. And then I kind of have another question as well. How does chaos theory fit into your calculations? Because chaos theory, as I know it, is the entropy of the universe.
Yeah. So the tilt rotor is very chaotic, first off. Why? Because it's an amalgamation of two theories. The airplane works on something called blade element theory, because lift, thrust, gravity, and drag are the four forces that primarily control an airplane. And then helicopters work on rotor element theory. In 1971, when the US Army started thinking of building the Osprey, which was then later transferred to Bell and Boeing, they focused on something called rotor blade element theory, bringing the two together. And entropy becomes very, very prominent there. Because, like I said, it's a closed loop. It's not linear. So the outputs from one system go as inputs to another, which is why it's highly nonlinear. So chaos theory would help us quantize that entropy of the system.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
I find you really inspiring. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Catherine Copravivel. My question is based on both your research with the Osprey and, sir, your personal experience with the Osprey. Do you believe that the recent public distrust of the Osprey is justified? And why are we not seeing this distrust more towards other branches that utilize the Osprey, such as the Air Force? It seems to be mostly concentrated on the Marine Corps. Do you believe that this public distrust is justified?
If I heard you correctly, it's a little, the acoustics are strange from where you are to me. You're asking if I think the public distrust of the Osprey is justified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The public has a right to have their opinions, and it's a sign of great health inside of a country like ours that research, people's personal experiences, all kinds of different inputs of data and information about aircraft, weapon systems, you name it, are open for people to draw from. You can imagine my time with the aircraft, the first time re-stepping back on the aircraft after losing 19 friends, and finding out that there was something that we discovered about how the aircraft acts that wasn't well known by the pilots at the time. And you know, I'm not a researcher, so I have to rely on others to tell me that that was the proximate cause of what happened. When deciding, however, to wear the uniform, all of these things, every advance comes with risk. Every aircraft we've had out there has had a series of trials and tribulations in designing it, fielding it, testing it, and it's an inherently dangerous business that defending this country, it's built in. It's hard baked into the lifestyle that we choose. So I don't bring the intellectual rigor to a lot of the discussions as to whether any newfound doubts about the aircraft are founded or not. I've flown on it hundreds and hundreds of hours. If the call came and it was required to do that again to reach the places I needed to reach with the equipment I needed, I would gladly fly in it again. What I will say is I love the fact that we've got student researchers, because as she brought up, this feels like new technology, but this is actually old technology. It just took a long time to get it fielded to the force, to have it in operation. I think we are going to be better at our ability to model things using AI, using quantum computing. I think some of the things that we perhaps learned in blood in earlier years, some of those things can be shortcut. And with proper research, with proper methodology, we might not have some of these things that we learn in the most devastating way possible by losing our friends, to discover something about the interplay of various systems. And that's why I'm very heartened by you, our students, taking on the research that probably will give us a better aircraft when this one is retired, that can reach farther, carry more people, have a lower signature, and be safer while doing it. So that's a long answer, but it's a complicated question. Everyone rates to have their opinion about this, and I try not to replace logic with emotion for decisions that I make. And I don't have enough knowledge on the interplay of these systems to have a logical decision.
Thank you, sir.
The only thing that qualifies me to ask a question is that genius isn't required to understand this problem. So I need to know, are you needing to leave this university environment to continue your research into this problem?
Do you mean that because of the grant I mentioned?
When I hear you asking or pursuing funding from the Einstein system, going to Germany and asking for additional research opportunities, do you feel you need to leave Norwich University to continue your research on this problem?
I want to be at Norwich is the very reason I want the grant from Germany. Any other institution in the United States that I've looked into that would help me pursue this takes me away from Norwich. The Einstein Foundation, however, awards the Young Early Career Researcher Award to 1 student and 2 postdoctoral researchers or more at an institution across the world that would be willing to pursue the research. Given that I'm a sophomore at the moment, I would prefer to be at Norwich, and which is why I want the grant to come to Norwich.
Okay. And that's for $5,000?
$500,000.
$500,000.
$500,000, yes, sir.
Okay. And then the result of that research would belong to who?
Norwich University.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic presentation. You've brought up cosmology, astrophysics, aerodynamics, mathematics, and an interest in leadership. Incredible diversity. I'm going to ask a more humanities question, which is, who are the people who inspire you, contemporary or historically? And from all history, who would you most like to have lunch with?
That seems like a Stanford admissions question, which I did answer. Historically, it would be Kalpana Chawla. She grew up where I did. She went to the same elementary school that I attended. Every time that I feel demotivated, which is a lot given the goals that I have and how lofty they are, I wish she was here. She would be the only person to understand the challenges that I'm trying to overcome. People ask me, why do you have 4 majors? Why do you want to do this? Why were you placed in junior, senior physics as a freshman? She would be the only person to understand that that's what it takes to shift my entire life from halfway across the world and pursue a new career. Only 1% of humanity could make it to the space program. So even if I don't end up making it there, I will end up somewhere, and she's the only person who would understand it. So I would want her to come back if I were to have lunch with a historic person. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I certainly understand your interest in the research. Where does the drive come from? Service. So can understand your interest in physics, mathematics, and science. But that doesn't always equal a passion equal to wanting to serve or to lead. So can you help us understand the origin of that?
It's a complicated question, sir. A lot of which requires understanding my own brain, which I don't. I think the best answer would be COVID. I graduated from high school in the spring, I want to say, in 2020. I was set to go to the University of Chicago or wherever I wanted to go at the time and pursue a career in cybersecurity. And then COVID-19 hit. The United States suspended all contacts with every other country, especially India and China. That sort of threw my entire trajectory off at the time. I didn't think it would be worth doing online school from India, and so I took a year off to take college classes, but not be enrolled formally anywhere. That led me to do research. Started off as a simple CS problem at the University of Chicago. Ended up being a paper on dark matter, where I ended up detecting 31 dark matter candidates on the outskirts of the Milky Way galaxy. I had to apply for certain permissions from NASA Goddard Space Flight Center to use that data. And when they came across that research, they thought it was worth of being published. That ended up with me being introduced to a NASA astronaut who is a Marine, a test pilot. She's actually the first woman in line to go to the moon in 2024, next year. Her name is Major General Jasmine Mogbelli. She is a graduate of the United States Naval Academy. Actually, she's a graduate of MIT. And then she ended up enlisting and serving, and by that route, she's now going to space. I spoke to her briefly, and she said that I seem someone who's rather intellectually stimulated, but also very restless, and would not fit the description of a typical grad student, postdoc, that career path. And she suggested I look into other things, one of them being a test pilot. When I looked into the kind of resources that I would be exploiting from a country that is not my home at the moment, I felt I owed the country something before I take that opportunity. And serving in the United States Marine Corps is that thing that I want to give to the United States first before I take everything that the nation has to offer. So that's where my drive to serve comes from. Also, my father was in the Indian government. I'm not a military brat by any chance, but I have seen what goes on in those borders between Pakistan, Afghanistan, India, China. Just how much lack of justification there is for one nation to just do something and not think about the repercussions it would have on the other. As someone who's both intellectually stimulated and eager to serve, I want to bridge that gap. I want to make mindful decisions. Whether that's in the United States that benefits the rest of the country or just my country itself. That's the sense of service I have. Well stated. Well stated. Are there any other questions from the group? Well, I, for one, I didn't have much to contribute to this as the moderator, but I feel like every time I hear from you, I'm reminded of why I came back here, so that I could be associated with students like you and help people achieve their dreams. And if those dreams coincide with this school and your future service, I think we're doing all the right things here. So if everyone will please join me in clapping and giving great applause for this fine student. Now, she doesn't know this, but she's going to stay around for a few minutes. For those of you who didn't want to ask a question in person, but have that question that you want to talk to her about, maybe it's something personal about your own research you want to do, or something else, but she'll be around for the next few minutes. Be sure to ask her a question.